This is a horror game podcast. It is meant for mature audiences. It may contain shocking revelations, violence, and sexual themes. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I play the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. Our scenario is the Saturnine Chalice. It was written by Matthew Sanderson and is one of our favorite scenarios to run. This is, in fact, our 9th version. I am the keeper of arcane lore, and this is a 4-hour one-shot. Let's begin our journey into the darkness. It is an early March morning in 1928. There's still a bit of snow here and there in the shady places of Arkham, Massachusetts. 5 university professors are about to go on a journey together. They are headed for a conference in Ottawa, Canada, entitled Ancient Civilizations and Their Understanding of Time and Space. Dr. Wheeler, would you describe the route and the timetable that you have planned?
So, lady and gentlemen, we are on our way to the Great White North. Unfortunately, due to the situation with the roads and some of the local backways and byways that we have to take, we're looking at about a 10-hour car trip. So, make sure you get your stretching in done now. Sorry. Make sure you get your stretching done now. Let's see. There is possibility of trimming off some time, but I'll need to take a look at the map, and trying to inspect that particular document while underway is more likely to be a sale than a assistance or a planned route. So,
what states will you be going through?
We are going to be traveling through Massachusetts, then on to New Hampshire, Vermont, through upstate New York, and then crossing the border into Canada. Then we're going to head to Montreal, and finally to Ottawa.
Right. Yep. 350 miles or so and 10 hours, because everybody's afraid to go over 35 miles an hour in 1928. So, you packed your bags for a couple of days. You met at 9 a.m. and you climbed into Professor Wagner's 1920 Packard automobile. For the first couple of hours, conversation flowed between you. Then, as you ran out of things to say, you watched the landscape flow by. The sun was out, and there were many woodlands and fields that were beautiful, provincial, and wholesome. And although it was quiet, there was a lot of contemplating going on in your heads. At 2 p.m., you came across a small diner named Charlotte's in the small town of Haverton. There was a gas pump out in the front, and you pulled in. A young man in bright, clean uniform came to you and asked, "Fill her up?"
Yeah, please.
So, what do you want to do? Going to get something to eat? You're probably hungry by 2 o'clock.
I need to go get more snacks. My purse is completely empty.
I don't know how you fit so much in there, Dr. Jenkins, but your emergency stash was most appreciated on the drive up here.
I do have to say, Gordon, you kind of always clean me out.
I mean, can you blame me? I don't know. Where do you get all of these baked goods from?
I make some of them, but I just kind of snatch them from here or there. Wherever I'm at, I just grab more and keep a big stash in my purse. Do you think they have gin?
Well, it's prohibition.
Yeah.
It's illegal to sell alcohol.
But it's not illegal
Not
to
very
drink while
likely.
in the backseat of a car.
It's not illegal to drink, and it's not illegal to own, but it's illegal to sell it. So unless you go to the right place and pay the right people, it'll be hard to find.
What about you, Wagner? Going in and getting something to eat?
Oh, definitely. I'm starved. I don't really appreciate you crumbling all over my seats, my dear.
I'll get a broom.
All right, so you go inside.
I am going to take the like almost book thick folded road map with me and see if I can find a table to commandeer.
Okay. Yeah, it's not
Yeah, let's
busy.
Yeah, let's check on the remaining road.
So you go inside, you order some food, you sit and you eat. Dr. Wheeler is looking over the map. What are you guys talking about?
Victor, what are you looking forward to in this at this conference that we're headed to? And he's got the map out and he's got a magnifying glass that he is busy. You can hear him kind of quietly talking to himself as he's investigating a few of the roads.
I'm actually looking forward to hearing a lot from the professor of anthropology.
You mean, is there a specific one that you're interested in? I mean, I know that is your department.
No, of entomology, sorry. It's late.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a long drive.
It's been a
Perfectly
long
understandable.
drive, yeah. I'm excited to hear what they have to say. I'm actually
Interesting.
hungry myself. I should get some food as well.
Yeah, you're
I recommend
probably
it.
all eating something.
Yeah.
Not sure if they had hamburgers back then, but you're probably having the equivalent of eggs and bacon, stuff like that, whatever they have.
Dr. Irwin, do you think it's too early for pie?
It's never too early for pie. They have some nice pecan over there.
Ooh,
I brought my own honey to sprinkle on top if you would like some.
When Dr. Jenkins says that, you can hear Wheeler's stomach roar. The idea of some coffee and pie sounds fantastic.
The waitress comes over and she says, "Did I hear coffee and pie?" And she puts a pot of coffee down. Says, "We have apple, we have pecan, we have cherry.
Oh, I will take a slice of the cherry if you don't mind, ma'am.
All right.
I as well.
Yeah, but for me as well.
All right.
I'll take pecan.
Cherry would be wonderful.
So
I'll
coffee
take
and
one
pie.
of each, please.
One of each. Okay.
The mystery is less how you fit all those snacks into your purse, rather how you fit all that into yourself. You don't mind me saying you don't look it.
You just have to keep active. I go out every weekend collecting butterflies. Running after them is a lot of work.
Well, if you've noticed, she didn't actually eat any dinner. She's only having pie.
I guess that is also the secret. Don't eat dinner, just dessert.
So as you're sitting there, suddenly Dr. Wheeler looks excited.
Wagner, I think I found it. We might be able to shave an hour, maybe even an hour and a half of our travel time if we take this road over here.
Yeah, let me see.
And you come over and there's, he brushes away some of the pie crumbs and takes a sip of his coffee, and you see he's sketched a route off one of the major interstates through I believe it's through uptown New York or upstate New York.
Upstate New York. Looks like if it's correct, it should take you should even bypass Montreal and go into Canada, up below it, up into Ottawa more directly. So you won't take the long L way out to Montreal and then over. These maps are 1920s. When they get to the small little roads out in the country, they don't really have names, but they're drawn on the map. So after you finish your lunch and you pile back in the car, off you go. After a bit, you turn off the main highway to follow Professor Wheeler's directions. The road you are now on has very little traffic. For about 40 minutes, it's smooth sailing, but now there are places where it gives way to dirt road for a while, and then it becomes paved again. It has fields and hills, and as far as you can see. And you don't really know if you are still in upstate New York or whether you've crossed into Canada. I would like Pascal, Professor Wagner, to do a drive roll. You are muted.
13 out of 40, so hard success.
Nice.
That's good. So as you're driving, the car suddenly starts to sputter. It gives a couple of kicks.
That?
There's a bit of a bang as it backfires a little, and it starts back up again, but it's starting to sputter a little bit. You look at the gas gauge, and the gas gauge is almost on 0.
What the heck?
Wagner,
Well, did you
not
check
fill up
after
at the
you-
last station?
We just filled up, and I checked the gauge when we left. This is impossible.
After a few more moments, the car stops. The engine stops. The car continues to roll for a bit, and you were suddenly in the middle of nowhere.
This ain't possible.
Doctor,
I get out of the car. I'm grumbling to myself, and I get to the trunk, get like one of those blankets out, throw it under the car, and start checking if there's anything wrong with the gasoline line.
Mm-hmm. Do you have a mechanical?
Yeah, I do.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'm going to get the map out on the hood of the car and see if I can estimate our current position and see how far we are going to have to trudge to the nearest station.
Well,
Well,
38 out of 20. That's big.
yeah, you don't see anything wrong with the car underneath. There's nothing
so
dripping.
So when I get back from under the car, and I just nudge Douglas from the hood so I can open up the hood and look at the motor.
Okay.
Still grumbling.
I'm sorry, Dr. Wheeler. You're looking at the map. By your estimate, well, traveling at 35 miles an hour, 45 minutes after the last town of Haverhill, at least 30 miles back.
Oh,
And there's nothing indicated along this road. It's not even named.
are there telegraph lines along this road?
You do see telegraph lines going along this road. Well, no, telephone lines. It's
Telephone
1928.
lines.
Yeah, there are. It
You will-
doesn't look
you will
like
forgive
a
the
big-
anachronism.
It doesn't look like a big one. It looks like, maybe for a few places along this route. But you haven't passed any farms or anything that you've seen in a long time.
Well, they wouldn't run them if there wasn't a service or something to service. So we may find a home or something, a phone we might be able to use.
What are the rest of you doing?
I'll jump out and help Wilbur with the vehicle just to give it a once over. I
Okay.
don't know anything about cars, but I want to be helpful. I'll bring a flashlight. Or
Yeah,
torch.
fortunately, cars are pretty simple back then, but they're mechanical. They defy the laws of God and nature. How about Dr. Jenkins or January and Victor?
I'm still
just
sitting
waking
in the
up.
car.
You're still sitting in the
Yeah.
car?
Yeah, I kind of stretched out because everybody else left. I'm
Okay.
just sitting in the back.
So, Douglas, as you are contemplating the power lines and the phone lines, you think you can see up ahead of you, down the road a ways, what looks like a wall along the side of the road.
Interesting. Wilbur, you see that over there?
Like
It's
the
not the
front end
heat.
of a property.
Right. It's not the heat, right? That looks like a wall.
You're right.
Hmm.
Maybe we can find somebody who can help us. Should be impossible to get a bit of gasoline.
At the very least, we can say where we are and go back to the car and maybe find some help along the way. But yes, I think we should probably head up and see if maybe anyone on the property's home. He points upwards at the telephone lines and says, at least we aren't completely out in the sticks.
Yeah, we might be in luck.
So what do? January and Victor are still sitting in the car.
I walk out overhearing that they're gonna leave because I don't want to stay out inside the car. So
Okay.
Dr. Jenkins, we're going to make a house call. Do you care to join us?
All of us? How far is it?
Well,
Oh, it seems to be just up the road this way.
Looks like 200 feet, maybe farther ahead where the wall starts.
All right, let me change my shoes. Okay, I'm ready to go.
She changed them from one set of high heels into another set of high heels. No, I don't know. You probably have comfortable shoes, so you're on a trip, right? So,
Yeah.
All right.
or has a
So
variety of shoes.
you guys kind of get out of the car, and the road right here is paved. It's not in the best condition, but it's 1928.
It's not a dirt track, is the upside.
Right. People back then out in the country and so forth are, they're far less concerned about theft. The crime rate out here is probably nil. So most likely you leave most of your things. They're all packed in the car anyway. You can go if you want to bring a jacket, because it's March, so it can get kind of nippy, even in the middle of the day.
What time is it? Just late afternoon now? Or?
It's probably, I'd say, about 2:45, maybe 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now, it'd probably be a little later than that because you guys ate. Yeah, it's probably getting closer to 4 in the afternoon.
Should get our glad rags on. At least then we can make a good first impression.
Yeah, I'll grab my coat, and of course I have my purse of snacks.
So you walk down the road, and when you get to the wall, it looks like the kind of wall you'd have around an estate. It's maybe 8 feet high. It's made of what looks like polished granite. In good condition. The top of it has some pretty wrought iron work, as designs on the top of it. And it's a fairly large estate because you have to walk another 100 feet or so before you come to a large archway in it with a big giant wrought iron gate. And up above the wrought iron gate, also in wrought iron script, is the name Wayland. You can see through the gate that there is a house and gardens and stuff, but until you go through the gate, and the gate is not locked. It is closed, but it's not locked.
Are the
Is it like
grounds
a call box or anything
I'm sorry?
that? Is it like a call box or anything like that?
There's not.
Okay.
Are the grounds maintained?
It looks like they are through the gate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the Wayland estate. I don't know about any Waylands in New England. What about you, Wagner?
why would I?
I mean, it's not that uncommon a name.
Never been here in my whole life.
Fair
Let's
enough.
see if anyone's home.
So you step through the gate, you open it, it opens very easily. And there is a gravel path leading forward. Now the gravel path, you've got trees on either side of you and a bit of forest that seem to be completely enclosed in this, very, very wealthy wall that's been built. You open up the gate, and it's one of those gates that could be locked, but it's not locked. It just has the rods that fit into holes in the ground. You don't need to open up both of them, but it's easily 15 feet wide. You open up one of them, you step inside. So what you see, I'll just try to describe it. I've got an aerial view that we'll look down. The gravel road goes forward and then it splits. And you can vaguely sort of make out that it makes a circle, big circle. The house is in the center. There are gardens inside the circle. Over to your left, you can see towards the back a little what looks like a barn. Over to the right, you see something that looks like a little mausoleum, it looks like the Jefferson Memorial, but much, much smaller. And you can't really, you wouldn't be able to actually see it from where you are, but there is a well in the back of the property. As you're looking at it, there are formal hedges. There are roses around it of various colors and rose beds. There are flowers. And there are, it looks like it's well maintained, well groomed. The house itself looks like it's 2 stories high with a little cupola on the top, which is fairly common in the Victorian era. And as you are walking forward, you leave the road and you're stepping onto a little paved path that goes towards the house. There are quite a few butterflies flitting around.
Look at that, Dr. Jenkins. You bring your net?
I do have my net. It's a collapsible one.
But it's in the car.
I have a purse net too.
Well, I'll tell you what, if the owner
And I
of the
also have a couple of, I'm looking for one like this if we see any.
you pull that out of your purse.
Yes.
I do.
I think that's the Madagascar, but yeah.
Yep.
Well, I am sure that the owner of the property would not mind you adding to your collection, but first let's see if we can get a phone call placed and maybe get some help out of here.
All right.
First. I'll be over here.
As you start heading up towards the house, you can see that it's got like 3 steps up to the porch that's in the front and the sides. I would like you to do a spot hidden roll as you are
all of us
forward. Sure, yeah, because you're all kind of walking and looking.
A 51 out of 70, so success.
I got a hard.
Okay.
Nice.
I got to fail.
I'm looking real hard. I'm just like looking for butterflies to impress January.
So
I got a 22 out of 50, so I got a hard.
Okay. So yeah, but January you're looking at the butterflies.
Yeah, I'm looking really hard at the
fritillaries
butterflies
and the skippers and things like that. But Dr. Irwin, as you look up towards the house, there's someone in that room right next to near the front door that's looking out at you. Looks like a man, but he's as pale as a ghost.
I'll wave.
You wave and
He's
he doesn't
Irish.
react at all. He's just staring in your direction. And those of you, those of you who also passed, you see Dr. Irwin just suddenly sort of stop in his tracks for a moment, and he's staring at the window with the man in it. You see him too. He looks like, I mean, you could almost say he looks like a ghost. He's this white, as a sheet. I'd like you all to do, if you're looking now, do
Right.
another spot hidden.
Oh, I got a 95 failure.
I got a 95 too. Same these.
I got hard again.
I have a 91, so
It's
got a
been a
hard-
long road.
I'm
It's
just
been a long
looking for
road.
a car or signs of a car.
So, Jolka, you got a
Yeah.
hard. So, Jolka, I'm sorry, Victor, you put your hand on Dr. Irwin's shoulder and you look and you say, he's not moving.
Do you notice that he's
And
not
that's-
moving?
And that's when you realize that what you were looking at is a statue in the window.
That's not creepy as hell.
It's facing you.
Odd position for. Do the rest of us notice this now? at
Oh,
this
yeah.
point?
Yeah. Once you point it out.
Dr. Wheeler's going to kind of tilt his head to the side and say, "That's an odd placement for a bust." Well, hopefully, Mr. Wayland, Mrs. Wayland's amenable to guests. I'm gonna go over and say hello.
We won't find out.
You
if
say
we-
hello to the statue?
Knock.
No. I meant to knock on the front door.
Okay. So you step up onto the porch. You hear, the sound of your own feet on the wood. You step forward and you knock on the door. And just seconds after you knock on the door, you hear a voice from inside. Sounds vaguely like what you would say an elderly gentleman speaking. He says, I'm sorry you've arrived. Could you open the door?
I'm gonna look
It's not locked.
back at the group, shrug, and open the front door.
You open the front door. Your immediate feeling is that this is a well-appointed house, Victorian sort of style, but right dead center in the foyer is a ladder, and up on top of the ladder, it looks like a man, an older gentleman. He looks more like a butler, the way he's dressed, and he is dusting a large chandelier that's hanging there in the middle of the foyer. He introduces himself. He says, I'm Jeremiah Linwood. You've arrived rather early. Are you guests of the Waylands for the party?
We are actually our car broke down and we were walking by the estate to see if we could get some help. We shouldn't be expected, sir.
Oh dear. Oh, I see. Just a moment. And he climbs down from the ladder and sort of dusts himself off. And he says, you say your car broke down.
Well, we ran out of gas.
I see.
See,
Well, and
maybe
he
be able to help us out.
kind of pushes the ladder over to the side. He says, well, come in. It's chilly out. I can inform Mr. Wayland of your predicament, and we'll see what we can do.
Thank you so much.
That
We would
be most kind.
appreciate any assistance that you could offer.
So, Dr. January and Dr. Charlie and Victor do spot hiddens for me. He brings you inside. He says, let's put you in the parlor for now. Please come in, make yourselves at home. Where are you traveling from?
Arkham,
we're
Massachusetts.
from
All the way from there.
I got a regular success.
I got a hard.
Oops, can't hear you, Matt.
You're muted again, Matt. Oh, still muted.
He got an extreme success.
Wow.
Excellent. Okay. He says, please come inside. You can see now as you're coming in, it's a small foyer. There's that chandelier up above that he was doing. There is one bit of hallway that goes off towards your left, which looks like it ends rather abruptly, maybe a restroom, maybe, something like that. And then there's a hallway off to your right, which he sort of is motioning you into that hallway. And he says, we'll have you stay in the parlor for now. Please, make yourselves comfortable. He opens up a door to the parlor, which is also the room that statue was in. That's the room you're going into.
Oh, good. Not creepy.
It's a very well-appointed room. As you step inside,
Tom, if it's all right, I'd like to, or Dr. Wheeler would like to take a closer look at that bust.
Okay, we'll do that in just a moment. But Dr. Irwin, there's something that's kind of bugging you. Something that doesn't, no, it's something that just doesn't quite make sense. Why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves and I will type something to him. So you're stepping into this room. It's very beautiful.
Oof.
Yes, rather interesting.
They said that there was going to be a party. Do you think they're going to have snacks?
I mean,
always thinking with that bottomless bag of yours, Dr. Jenkins.
Well, I could use some tea. Have you had Charles's honey?
I have not.
I bring it from home. I have a few bees that I keep on my estate, and I always keep the honey on me. Dr. Jenkins uses it for a lot of her baking.
I didn't realize you had an apiary on your estate, Dr. Irwin. That's something I would be very interested in seeing one day.
So in the room, what you basically have is you have a large fireplace on one end with a nice fire going in it. You have, looks like, comfortable couches and chairs. Above the fireplace is a large portrait, a painted portrait of a very distinguished looking gentleman who happens to also look like the statue, although he's not white. Well, he is white, but he's not that white. And then there are a number of other pictures. There's one next to that that's smaller, but it shows him and a rather beautiful older woman, same age woman with blonde hair, and they are dressed in bride and groom clothes. You also see a portrait of just her in a very nice dress, 1920s dress. She looks young. In the photographs, he looks young too. And then there's two on the other side, one of a much younger blonde woman, looks definitely like a member of the family. The final one is just the old man, the elderly, I keep saying elderly, the gentleman, Mr. Wayland, with the very young woman. You think maybe his daughter, but the wife is gone. The wife is missing. You don't see any photographs of wife and daughter together. Okay.
Would it be...
Also, there are a number of knickknacks and things around the room as well.
Given my backstory, would it be fair to make some conclusions as to that order of paintings?
Well, yeah, sure. You can make even without
jump to any conclusions I like.
Jump to any conclusions you like.
Well, it must be the eponymous Mr. Wayland. A fine family too. I don't understand. Can I take a? Are there little name plaques or anything on the frame?
No, there's nothing like that on the frames. Jenkins is still there too with you. I mean, I'm sorry. It's you guys.
Jeremiah.
Jeremiah is still there with you, and he says, I'll go get him. I'll send my wife with some drinks. She's the housekeeper.
Much appreciated.
And he turns around and goes. And a few moments later, this woman comes in. She's about the same age as he is. She says, "Oh, well, wow, you have guests already. My name is Rosemary. I'm Jeremiah's wife. Can I get you anything to drink?"
Oh, please, do you have any tea
"Oh, yes, we have tea.
and cookies?
I'll see what we've got."
Thank you so much.
Maybe a glass of gin.
When she looks at you and she says, "I'm sorry, Jen? What's Jen?"
Gin.
Like the alcoholic drink?
She's like, "Well, I'll
Oh,
look and see."
maybe. Prohibition, damn it.
I'll take a lemonade,
If-
please.
I think I will join Dr. Irwin on that. I'll have a lemonade as well.
Lemonade?
Yeah, lemonade, please.
Okay. Tea?
I'll take a coffee, please.
Oh, coffee. Good choice. And she says, "Please, if there's anything else that you need, you can speak
Dr.
to me."
Harrow, you're making me second guess my order. The agony of choice. No, I think I'll stay with the lemonade.
So you look around the room. Dr. Wheeler, you were going to go look at the statue.
Correct.
Okay. So as you approach the statue, there's a couple of things that sort of seem odd. Now, the statue is facing out the window. It's on a wooden pedestal. It wouldn't be difficult to turn it around. But as you're approaching it, the first thing you notice is you're not sure of what it's made of. Usually they're made out of stone. But in this case, it looks like whatever it's made out of, it's been painted over. It seems to have been covered in a common white lead paint. It's very white, but it looks obviously painted. You can actually see some of the brush strokes, like not done very well.
I'll approach behind Dr. Wheeler as he's looking at this and kind of spark up conversation. My father had one of these busts in his study, and I'll kind of like walk around it to see if it's looking at me.
As you say,
it's facing out the window at the moment.
right. I say, Charlie, I think your father had better taste than to paint a bust with house paint.
His were marble, but not painted, no. But I'd always swear it would look at me as I walked around as a child.
Would you turn it around?
I'm hesitant. There's no way to look at it from the front because it's just right up against the window.
It's really close to the window.
Yeah, I guess I will have to rotate it.
So you turn it around, and it definitely.
Douglas, what are you doing?
I'm aghast.
Oh, okay.
That's too late. He's turned it around. And it looks like this, which looks like the man in the painting. And it looks like someone has scratched through the paint and carved something into the statue. It's not particularly heavy. You do think it might be made out of stone, but it's dark underneath, so the thing stands out.
So it's like a black stone underneath. Or I shouldn't say black, but like a darker stone underneath compared to the paint. Got it. Oh, thought that was a hair. I was kind of like catch the edge with my fingernail. Odd. I'm going to rotate it back to its original position.
Right.
I'm sorry, Wagner. You know how I get with this kind of thing.
Well, I'm as interested in art as the next one, but we don't want to antagonize our host.
All I did was rotate a statue and put it back.
Do you like when your stuff is turned around at your house by strangers?
That is a fair observation, but will the man ever know?
Well, yeah. You're right.
So I would like those of you who are observing Dr. Wheeler do this to roll an occult.
Can I myself not
Yes.
roll an occult? Oh,
Yes.
okay.
71 out of 10 or whatever it calls a folder. No, 75 out of 25.
So that's a
I got a hard.
Out of 56. That's nearly a hard.
Okay.
I got a 29 out of 65, so a hard success.
I got a regular success.
Cool. All right. So, Dr. Wheeler, something in the back of your mind, something maybe that you looked at when you were at Miskatonic, it seems a little familiar. And then it dawns on you that it's a kind of sigil that's used in certain kinds of ritual magic. You don't know all the details, but you think that it corresponds to something called a kamea, which is a magic square. And something that mathematicians like to fiddle around with, something that's been around since the ancient Egyptians, but you're not sure what it would belong to. There's probably hundreds of different kinds of magic squares. Those of you who passed, you can also, if you guys are talking about this, you can either do another occult roll or an intelligence roll once you realize what it is.
Oh, interesting.
It's a thing that has been found in many different pseudo-religious texts. Aleister Crowley is a big aficionado of it. You find it in his stuff. You find it in the Key of Solomon, in other magical tomes.
This time I got on the occult, I got a hard success.
I got a 59, so regular success.
Regular again.
Okay, so we'll say January. January, you're thinking, okay, the substance, the paint, is lead paint. And lead has an alchemical relationship with Saturn, the planet. And the kamea for Saturn is a simple, looks like a tic-tac-toe board with the numbers 1 through 9 written in it in a certain way. They all add up to 15. So if you were to represent that, what you would see is this. This is the kamea of Saturn. It looks like that. And the way you would create the sigil is you would spell something out and illustrate it. And I'll give you an example. Let's say the word wet, W-E-T. What you would do is you start with a circle, and 5 is W. So you'd start with the W. The next letter is E. You'd go to 5 again. And then T is 2. So you'd come over to 2 and you would terminate, which is the, mark.
There can be multiple, 5 can be multiple numbers, or is it a certain part of the 5?
5 will always be E, N, or W.
But okay, so I can't tell which one it is.
Well, yeah, you'll see that. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Thom. Do you mind if I jump in?
Yeah, go. Yeah, of course.
If you start at the circle, that's the first point. And then you could have a maximum from just looking at this, you could have a maximum of 3 points in each square.
Okay, like bottom, middle,
Right.
top.
There's
Okay.
only a
Yeah.
few ways that the letters will go together.
Okay.
So what the statue is showing you
Oh no.
is this.
Oh,
Okay.
Now you know what the paper and pencil is for.
That should be something for linguists.
No, it's not as hard as you think.
Okay. So we have a 6.
Yeah, sometimes it's easier if you write down the numbers first.
6.
We get 6, 2,
1,
1,
2, 1, 3, 3, 5.
So if you want a little help, if you look at the letters, you've got a choice of F, O, or X to start the word. It's not likely going to be the X. Okay. It's going to be F or O. The second letter is the 2, which is B, K, or T. What
So the
letter,
first-
F or O, goes with B, K, or T?
Should be the O.
Right, by elimination.
So 1 is A, J, or S.
oh, I almost made a mistake.
I got it.
1, 2, 1.
What'd you get?
I think it's obstacle.
Obstacle.
No.
Nice.
Who's the linguist?
It is.
Damn, Charlie, well done.
I do a lot of puzzles in the paper, you know.
Good.
I was still busy fighting word formatting, trying to get it to do what I wanted it to do.
So you've been brought your drinks. Jeremiah comes back and he says, now, gentlemen and lady, I've told Mr. Wayland, you see, tonight is a very important night. There's going to be a party. There's a lot of details, a very special occasion. His daughter Veronica is about to begin a kind of a ritual. I'm sure he'll tell you about it later, but at the moment they're still very busy preparing. He's told me to make myself available to you if you need anything, if we can do anything.
Well, do you happen to have maybe a canister of gasoline or anything, or a telephone that we can call somebody to get some? See, we don't want to impose on you, and we have to get to Canada for a convention we are supposed to attend.
I understand. We possibly might have both. The Duesenberg is in the garage. And we do have a phone. If you'd like, I mean, we could perhaps call. You said you're just out of the gas. You don't need a mechanic. We could call back to Haverhill, and we usually get deliveries of groceries. We could ask them to bring out some gasoline if we don't have any.
If you have a canister of gas, we will gladly pay you for it.
But we believe, the master believes that generosity and compassion towards strangers is very important. He's a very good man. We could go out and look in the garage.
Yeah, that would be great.
And we can call.
How far is it to what do you say, Hannaford?
Haverhill, that's about 30 miles.
Okay. So that we should be able to, if we can get some gas, we should be able to get there. And
well, that's where you came from.
Yeah.
Appreciate the Mr. Wayland's sense of Xenia. It's a Greek word, concept of hospitality.
Yeah. Other than that, there's very few restrictions. You can make yourselves at home, make yourselves comfortable. If you need some food, we can bring that, or drink coffee or whatever you like. You're free to look around. The library is right next door. Of course, the dining hall is being prepared for tonight's guests and so forth. And I must ask not to go upstairs. Those are the private rooms.
Of course.
Of course.
Or
Wagner, you may
walk around the
notice
gardens.
at the mention of a library, you can see Wheeler's hands start flexing. He's very eager to get over there.
If you don't mind me asking, what type of ritual is the daughter having? Is it like a bat mitzvah or a quinceañera or?
No, I don't. I'm not as into it as the Waylands are. I don't really know all of the details. It has something to do with a mystic who wrote a book, I think, in the 1500s. His name is Abramelin the Mage. The ritual is supposed to take 18 months to accomplish, and that you're supposed to be able to talk to angels or God.
That's very interesting. I haven't really heard much of that before, but I hope it goes well tonight.
Does the name of the author, you said Abramelin?
Abramelin, yeah.
Kick off anything?
Yes, you can. You can do an occult roll.
Sure.
I mean, you are from Miskatonic.
I got a 30 on the dot, so that is going to be a hard success.
Yeah, Abramelin the Mage, rather famous mystic, supposedly inherited information from Abraham, the one from the Bible, and there is a long ritual of prayer, fasting, and purification that takes months and months and months to accomplish. And then at the end of it, you're supposed to be able to speak to angels and command demons and control the fly and, control the elements. Has anybody ever managed it? It's a medieval alchemy, things like that.
Right. Interesting. No, I would definitely love to see the Mr. Wayland's library, if you don't mind.
Of course. Well, it's just this next door over, just out the hall and down. Would somebody like to go with him to the garage?
Yeah, me. Definitely.
Okay. And the rest of you are free to
so you see Wayland sprint, do his best to politely sprint out of the room.
Well, this is Wayland is the head of the place. This is Jeremiah Linwood.
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Wheeler. Sorry, Dr. Wheeler.
Oh,
sprint out of the room. My apologies. The other W. And then come back a moment later and sticks his head around the corner and goes, I just realized, Dr. Jenkins, I may need to borrow you.
Oh, I was gonna go look at butterflies, but okay.
And he's as soon as you come out the door, he just he says, a lot of these texts are written in the original language of the author, and my German's okay, but Arabic, Latin, and Greek occasionally comes up. So I'm looking for works on philosophy, anything that how these rich guys get. They love to collect parts of history, and I'd love to get my hand to read them, or at least know where I might be able to source some reference material.
They did say it was a library, so you can probably just borrow some books.
One would hope, but I'd appreciate it if you'd lend your
linguistic
talents. If you would be willing to lend your linguistic talents to my searching.
Yeah, I don't see any signs that say you can't borrow the books, so we'll go.
I'll wave at January secretly. I'll go look in the gardens for your butterflies. Okay. And I'll wander around looking at the light fixtures and whatnot.
And Victor?
I'll go with Wagner to the garage.
Okay. All right, let's deal with that first. So
I'll give Charlie a wink and just kind of like a little come with us to see if he comes with us.
I have something else I want to look at. So I'll maybe later. I'll beat you in a little bit.
So
She like goes off in a huff.
So Professor Wagner and Victor, you you go outside. You're going outside with Jeremiah. Jeez, I always forget their names. You go outside with Jeremiah. You step out the door and you start to make a turn around the side of the house towards your right. Now coming out of the house, and you are heading towards the large barn. I'd like you also to do a spot hidden again. There's a lot of spot hiddens in this game.
Oh, 98. I'm stumbling over my own feet.
13.
Oh, that's good. So as you're walking, it's not particularly far, but a few steps out of the house and around the corner, you notice a large pit that's been dug near the house. There is a door going into the house there. By your guess, probably the kitchen. The pit is maybe 6 feet across, but it's not deep. It's maybe only a foot deep. And in the center of it, you see a large pile of ashes. Maybe a burn pile, but Jeremiah is just continuing. So you're following him, but you see that there. You approach what is obviously a horse barn, but there are no horses. So there are 3 stables on one end of it where you can see horses would have gone. And then there is a large garage door that's next to it with a smaller door to the side. Jeremiah goes to the smaller door and he opens it up. It's not locked, and steps in. He holds the door up and says, "Please, gentlemen."
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You step inside, and Professor Wagner, there is a magnificent sort of emerald green Duesenberg, as beautiful as your car, maybe more beautiful. It's in fairly good condition. There's a little bit of dust on it. There are tools on the side that are hanging up, for mechanic repairs and stuff like that. And you can see that in the back of the barn, there are a number of tins of gasoline cans that are stacked up there. You can also see that there is a place where the wall is missing that goes into the horse stables from the back from that spot. It's musty smelling. It's you can probably vaguely smell, that horses were here. It's got that sort of stable smell, but not very strong, very light. And with the door open, there's enough light coming in here that you can see. There's also slats and wooden thing. You can see light coming through. But the car is.
Yeah, I'll go and admire the car.
It's he says, "Oh yes, we used to travel a bit, but now only occasionally for the Mr. Wayland will go out for to the university or for longer trips, but he hasn't done that in a long time."
Oh, what a shame! Beauty, such a beauty, should be kept in motion.
Yes. What are you doing?
I actually have a question, Jeremiah. May I call you Jeremiah? Or should
Oh,
Mr. Linwood
please call me.
Yes, okay. I saw there was a hole outside that was dug out, and it had ashes in it.
Oh, the ash pit. Yes, that's for disposing of things that are no longer needed.
By any chance, does that have anything to do with the ritual?
Partly, yes. Certain things that are used in sacred rituals are not supposed to be just thrown away. They need to be burned.
How long has Mr. Wayland been doing the ritual?
Oh, for many years. I believe that he attempted it once before, and as I recall, he was misled about the translation that he had of the ritual. It was a bad translation. Miss Veronica is hopefully correcting that.
Miss Veronica's the daughter, right?
Yes, they tend, because I told you it's a long ritual, they tend to send me and my wife off on vacation. We spent quite a while in Europe last year. It was very nice.
Well, if I have any questions, I'm actually more curious on, is it by any chance, can I see the ritual happen?
You can't actually see it happen. It's like I say, it takes 18 months to do. But I believe there's a copy. Actually, the bad French copy is in the library of the operation, I think that it's called.
Okay. I would have to tell Dr. Wheeler about that. I think he's in there right now.
So, Pascal, you're looking at the car. Describe what you're looking at. Where are you looking?
Well, I walk around it, like look into the interior, look at the finishes. I look over to Linwood, and would you mind if I take a look at the engine?
Oh, of course.
A bit of a car enthusiast.
Yes, so, I'm not exactly sure how it opens. So you know how it opens.
Yeah.
Over and it folds up sideways. All right, so you're doing that. Jeremiah looks back and he says, "Oh, I do believe we have some gas cans back here."
Oh yeah, I close back again. Real beauty. So I guess I would know how much gas we need for a 30-mile trip back to the gas station.
Yeah, a few gallons would probably work. So you're gonna go check the gas cans?
Yeah.
All right. So you move to the back and you start lifting up the gas cans. Unfortunately, you lift a couple of them up and they feel empty. You try a couple others and they feel empty. And I would like you to do a luck roll.
That's a 10 out of 80.
Damn.
That's extreme success.
Do a 10 out of 80. You, as you are doing this, you hear something in the other part of the barn where the stables are. And it sounds like a low growling. But it doesn't sound like an animal growling. It sounds like a person imitating an animal growl. Is everything okay, sir?
Yes, of course. So,
is there any gasoline? Perhaps, I don't know if there's any in the car itself.
So I didn't find any full.
You didn't, but you keep hearing this growling coming from.
I kind of look to the. You said there's an opening to the other.
It's just a place where there's no wall.
Is there a? Do you have a dog or something over there?
Oh no, no animals.
Maybe something ran in here, and maybe we should check. Now that you have a wild animal in the barn.
Well, there's not really any wild animals in the area except for raccoons and things like that. It might be a skunk. Be careful. Be careful.
So I'll go over.
First thing you can see is the first stall. There's three. See the first stall, there's nothing there. But just as you start to clear the second stall and you're looking into the stall, there is something crouched down in the center of the stall. It's too dark to see. The light that's coming in is coming from the front of the stable, so you're seeing the black shadow. And it growls. It becomes much louder all of a sudden as the thing leaps up and starts moving towards you. Do a dexterity roll.
81 out of 47.
Okay. You take a step backwards, and the heel of your foot sort of hooks on a piece of wood, and you tumble backwards, hitting your head on the side of the barn. So it gets hit by the wood. You fall backwards, and as you see this thing leaping, you can definitely see that there are black claws as it's leaping towards you. But as you hit, your eyes close, you scream out, and there is suddenly nothing there. But both Jeremiah and Victor come running around the corner.
You do a sand check?
Oh dear. Did you? Yeah, you can do a sanity check. Oh dear, did you trip? Did you fall?
Success.
Are you all right? Yeah. Just take one.
What? Okay.
Are you all right, sir? He starts to help you up.
Something jumped on me.
Oh dear. Let's get you outside. Perhaps it was a spider.
Are you all right, Wagner?
That must have been the largest spider I've ever seen. Didn't you see anything?
I didn't see anything.
It must. Where did it go? Was it like human shaped or wolf shaped or anything?
No, you think it was human. In fact, you got the impression it was smaller, maybe even a female, a woman.
Like a girl.
You saw what looked like hair, but it was too dark.
See her? Was it like a girl with dark hair? Yeah.
Are you all? You hit your head, sir. Please. And he takes you outside and pulls out his handkerchief and gives it to you, in case maybe there's a little bit of blood from hitting the wood.
Thank you very
splinters.
much, Linwood.
Oh dear. Well, we didn't find any gas, but perhaps we can call and have them bring some out.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable.
Meanwhile, Charlie, you were going to do something. You said, what did you want to do?
Well, earlier when we walked in, I noticed that the chandelier appeared to be damaged. The wires were frayed and not connected, but it seemed like the lights were still on. Correct. So as they walk off and go to the barn, to the library, I'm going to kind of just look at the light fixtures and just kind of around the area and kind of wander a bit and see if what I noticed was true and if it's happening anywhere else in the home.
It's not a huge chandelier because it's just in the entryway. But it's maybe 2 feet across, has little crystals on it, has little arms that come out with what look like fake candles with the little electric light bulbs on it. It's bright, it's cheery looking. You can see the switch on the wall. But you flip the switch off, it goes off. You switch on, it goes on. But you can distinctly see that it's been damaged, that part of it where it attaches to the ceiling, the electrical power lines are broken. They're frayed. They're damaged.
And damaged enough that it wouldn't create a connection, and there shouldn't be power going to these
there
lights.
Shouldn't be power
frayed.
Unless there's some hidden wires that you don't see. But then why not get rid of the old wires?
You said there was a ladder that he was using to dust to the chandelier?
Yeah.
I'll look around and see if anybody's looking, kind Because it
No.
seems a little out of place to jump on a ladder and look at someone's chandelier.
Jeremiah's out and Rosemary's in the kitchen.
I'm not trying to move anybody's bust, you know.
Clearly a war crime.
So if I don't notice anyone, I'm going to move the ladder over or position it so I can get a closer look at the wire. Now, I'm not an electrician, so I don't plan to touch the wires or do anything with them. I'm a little intrigued by what's happening here and weirded out, I guess, with the statue put me on edge. Charlie doesn't like statues. His dad had a statue and always felt like he was watching him all the time. So he's already a little creeped out, I guess, and he just wants to inspect it.
Yeah, you climb up and do a spot hidden roll for me.
My dice were hot earlier, so. Ooh, that's good. 24 out of. So that'd be hard.
So as you're looking there are a couple things that seem a bit odd to you. On first inspection, you can't for the life of you figure out how this thing is lit. You don't see where the wires would connect, and these definitely aren't. If you are brave enough to touch the wires, there's absolutely no current running through them. You also notice that it's not completely cleaned. It's still a little dusty. And it takes you a couple of seconds to realize that when you are standing down below on the ground, it looks clean. But when you're standing on the ladder up above looking at it, there's dust in all of the places where you can't see.
They like that no one had gotten up here to dust those places, like nooks and crannies, or more like,
well, that's
it seems
what
odd that it looks clean, but it's not from this other angle. I'll look around the room.
That's definitely what you think for the first moment. But it seems even all the way across. Every place on an arm or in a bowl or on, directly underneath the light bulb, there is a fairly consistent amount of dust. It would have been very difficult to dust this and leave that without it coming down too.
I'll wipe my finger. If I can reach it, I'll wrap my finger across the dusty arm or whatever.
It's definitely dust.
And it doesn't seem to be any powder. It just seems to be dust.
Right. Yeah, just dust.
Is it still gone when I look back?
It's gone. It's gone when you've wiped it away.
As I look down, do I see anything else that looks oddly out of place around the room, or like how the dust is weird, and I'm kind of like looking around to see if anything else is kind of like that, where looks different from the top than the bottom or whatever.
Not really. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll come down from the ladder once I've finished, and Charlie he's gonna look at the other light fixtures around the room. I assume they have them sconces or something, or lamps or whatever. I'll kind of do a quick look at those.
Those are attached a little bit more firmly. You can tell that the wires probably go directly into the wall, and they're lit as well.
Okay, well, I'll kind of get a little creeped out. I'll look back at the statue again, and then I'm going to walk towards the library to join January and Professor Wheeler.
Okay. So the library is beautiful. There's hardwood floors everywhere in the house, but in this room, there's also some beautiful oriental carpets on the floor. There are a number of wingback chairs, that come up to about here, that are leather and that sort of dark red color. And there are books going up the walls with windows, so you can see out. Some of them have glass cases on the front to keep the dust out. But it looks like quite a collection of books. Some of them look older, some of them look newer. There is also a large lectern towards one side of the room, a big, where you can put a big book. It looks like an eagle. It's got its wings spread out. And it has a big fat book. You would guess probably like a big old Bible. one of those big old family Bibles.
Right.
There's also a fireplace in here. And above the fireplace in this room is an old woodcut.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Looks like, 15th century, maybe. It also might look familiar. It might be something that you've seen in books on the occult.
Right. It looks like it would have some kind of relevance.
Yeah.
For sure.
So in this room, if you're looking around, you do notice a lot of books that you might already be familiar with, things that you've read at the university. Anthropologists would have looked at them for anthropological reasons.
Right.
Humanities, because these are beautiful old books and they have a lot of weird mysticism and stuff. One of them that's rather famous is you run across the Key of Solomon, which is often used in rituals and stuff like that. Quite a variety of texts relating to angels and demons and things like that. And you do see a black tome in the bookshelf that is labeled in German. So if you have German, you can read it, and it is the Das Buch der Heiligen, my German's terrible, Magie von Abramelin dem Magier, the
Book of Abramelin the Magus.
Abramelin the Mage. Yeah.
I'm gonna beeline for that because it's relevant to our host.
All right. So you pull that down. It's a very beautiful book. It doesn't look particularly old. You see that it was translated, but this is a German copy from a French copy, from the original copy, somewhat more modern than you'd expect. So I would like I've got the book here, and I would like you can read about Abramelin the Mage here, and this will give you more information about him. Sorry, it's a bit of text.
Well, I just learned I've been spelling his name wrong. Been spelling it like watermelon.
Would you like to read that out loud for us?
Sure. The Book of Abramelin, 15th century grimoire written by Abraham of Worms, born 1392, died 1458, a Jew from Worms, Germany. The focus of the book is a long and complex ritual known as the Abramelin operation, named after Abramelin the Mage, who taught it to Abraham. It allows magicians to contact their holy guardian angel. There are numerous benefits from knowledge and conversation with one's holy guardian angel. Initially, this allows the magician to summon and bind a myriad of demons so they can no longer have a negative influence upon the magician's life. Following this, the magician has the ability to use a number of magic squares in the book, giving them access to a wide range of powers. Examples: premonition, transmogrification, flight, invisibility, conjuration, etc. The text advises that these powers are only to be used when there's a true need for them. The Book of Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage is divided into three, quote, books. Book 1 is a letter from Abraham to his son, Lamech, explaining that the knowledge imparted in this collection will be his inheritance. Abraham then outlines the quest he undertook to obtain the, quote, veritable and sacred magic that has been passed down through the ages, and ultimately to him by Abramelin the Mage. Book 2 contains the very detailed and complex instructions on how to perform the Abramelin operation. This involves months of prayer and studying of religious texts in a precisely constructed environment before the magician's holy guardian angel will appear. After this, the magician summons and binds the demons of hell. Book 3 contains a large number of magic squares and explains the powers that each one grants. They can only be used once the magician has communed with their holy guardian angel. Its systematic and scientific-like approach to magic made the book popular with occultists of the period, but it also developed a reputation as being dangerous. Because it detailed how to bind demons, some believed that dark forces desired this knowledge to be suppressed, and it, therefore, put owners of the book in danger. As you can see on the cover, it has its own magic square.
Yes, and it has a very interesting magic square. Sato, Aripo, Tenet, Opera, Rotas, which is spelled the same in all of the directions. And that is Latin. Does anybody have Latin?
No,
Oh,
I do not have Latin.
But it's
German.
Spanish.
I have Greek. Is Greek close enough?
I've
Can
got
we-
Latin, but I'm not here.
it's like, can we backwards engineer from Spanish?
German, Greek, French, English. No.
You know, I think I remember Wagner saying he knew a bit of Latin. Maybe we should
Yeah.
show him this. But anyway, this seems to be the book. If it's written in German, I am just going to walk with it and just start like perusing.
Okay. It's very complex. It's exactly what it said that it was. Seems like there's all sorts of oddities in this ritual that you need a bed of sand. You use a long stick with that's like a large magic wand to write symbols in the sand. You say prayers, you have purification rituals, you are only allowed to eat certain things, and it's very, very complicated. And it would take, oddly enough, this book says 6 months.
Well, you see this here, and I'll point it out to Dr. Jenkins. It says the timeline for this, at least this copy says that the timeline for this is about 6 months. But the butler said he's been doing it for 18.
18. Yeah.
Butler
Maybe
also
their
said,
German isn't as good as mine.
true.
They're
the
probably
butler
not a
also
professor like we are.
The butler also did mention that he'd received a fraudulent or a poorly translated copy. So I'm wondering if maybe this is another incident of that. Oh, wait, sorry, it just occurred to me. If he went through the whole process and it took 6 months and then failed and then started with a working copy, no, that would only be 12. This is why I was in humanities and not a mathematician.
As we're talking, I want to like make my way over and look at whatever the big book was on the eagle.
On the lectern?
Yep.
Yeah, it is a big Bible, and there are 2 bookmarks. Do you want to turn to them?
Yes, please.
Right. The first one looks like this. It's in the beginning. And if you would read that for us.
Genesis chapter 3. And the Lord God said, Behold, the man is become as one of us, to know good and evil. And now, lest he put forth his hand and take also of the tree of life, and eat and live forever. Therefore the Lord God sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man, and he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubims and a flaming sword which turned every way to keep the way of the tree of life.
That's the first one. Do you want to look at the second one?
Yes, please.
Okay. A little bit longer passage, but this is the second one that's marked.
Ezekiel chapter 1. And I looked, and behold, a whirlwind came out of the north, a great cloud, and a fire enfolding itself, and a brightness was about it, and out of the midst thereof as the color of amber, out of the midst of the fire. Also out of the midst thereof came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man, and everyone had 4 faces, and everyone had 4 wings, and their feet were straight feet, and the sole of their feet was like the sole of a calf's foot, and they sparkled like the color of burnished brass. And they had the hands of a man under their wings on their 4 sides, and their 4 had their faces and their wings. Their wings were joined one to another. They turned not when they went every one straight forward. As for the likeness of their faces, they 4 had the face of a man and the face of a lion on the right side, and they 4 had the face of an ox on the left side. They 4 also had the face of an eagle. Thus were their faces, and their wings were stretched upward. 2 wings of every one were joined one to another, and 2 covered their bodies. And they went every one straight forward. Whither the spirit was to go, they went, and they turned not when they went. Huh.
Perhaps these are the beings Mr. Wayland are trying to summon.
Seems like it.
Let me jump back to the guys outside. Jeremiah is helping you get back to the house. You were bleeding just a little bit, Professor Wagner, but it's stopped just as you're walking. I'd like you both to do spot hidden wounds.
I got a 14.
Nice. How'd you do, Pascal?
54 out of 50, so fail.
Okay. Victor, out of the corner of your eyes, you're about halfway back to the house. You see something, and it startles you, so you turn your head quickly. But you see in that moment, there is something. It looks like a woman. She looks like somebody who's covered in filth, covered in dirt. She's running through the woods towards the well, and she's sort of loping like an animal as she's doing it. And when she gets to the well, she seems to just leap up and dive into the well. And it happens so quickly that you're not quite sure you saw what you think you saw, but you did see something. Somebody just ran and jumped into that well.
I stop Wagner, literally grab him by the arm. I know you're injured, but did you see that?
What?
There was some rabid woman that just ran by right now.
A woman, like a smallish woman, long black hair.
Yeah,
you weren't sure that her hair was black, but it was dirty.
What? Where?
Just there. She ran from one point to the well and just jumped right in.
She jumped into the well?
Yeah, jumped. Literally just went in there.
You didn't hear any splash or anything.
No.
Off towards the well.
Oh, sir, you should really come in and take a rest.
Linwood, is this well in use?
Yes, I believe so. We don't use it inside the house. We have internal plumbing, but it's...
Do you mind by any chance that we go just walk by it? I would really like to see it.
Well, certainly, gentlemen. I feel perhaps I should call... I'll call for you and get them to bring some gasoline out.
Okay. Can we walk by ourselves over there?
Yeah. Yes, of course. So he goes off towards the house. You guys start walking towards the well.
Wagner, just describe this girl again that you saw in the barn.
I couldn't really make anything out. It was like a diminutive figure, like a small woman or a teen. All I saw were those dark hair and like it was nearly like claws she stretched towards me.
She was at a distance, but
you thought that she was
like
dressed
her.
in white.
Okay.
But it's filth.
I think who thought
that was Victor. Victor saw her in the light. You saw her in the dark.
Yeah, I don't know. She just seemed like some rabid woman that just could have been the same thing that you saw in the garage.
I mean, how many strange, wild women are running around here?
In the middle of nowhere? I don't know.
Well, at least I hope so. One is more than enough. So
you are approaching the well.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? You're 5 feet from the well.
I'm moving cautiously towards the well.
The same. It's the same.
Like you both do spot hiddens as you look into the well.
Do I see, is there anything I could, like a shovel, a branch, anything?
I mean, there's stuff that's in the garage where you just came from.
Yeah, but not right here.
Yeah, you don't see anything here.
Oh, 08. Oh. That's an extreme.
A 19.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah, Pascal. I mean, Dr. Wagner. You step forward. The stones of the well are maybe a foot, across. You got a foot circle. Got a little thing above it, little I don't know what you call it above it, and a rope that goes down with a bucket. The bucket's hanging right there. You look down into the well, and about 10 feet down in the well, clinging to the sides of the stones and staring up at you, is this woman. She looks like she's a bit elderly. Her hair isn't dark, but it's matted with dirt and grime. It's maybe blonde. She opens up her eyes, and they are just blank white eyes. She opens up her mouth, and they are shark's teeth as she growls suddenly and begins to come up the well. Victor, you see this as well. You can both take sanity. Do sanity rolls.
80, that's a fail.
I did 29.
And that's a regular?
Yeah.
Okay. Victor, you take 2 points of damage, and Pascal, do a 1d4 plus 1.
Wow. That's 2 as well.
Okay. You both gasp and probably call out quickly as you move away from the well, but nothing comes out. Nothing comes out of the well.
What?
And about that, as you step back in horror, suddenly you hear a voice come from behind you, and it startles you. But as you turn around, there is a gentleman who looks very much like the statue.
Don't show me.
He's walking towards you, and he says, "Gentlemen, are you all right? Jeremiah was telling me of your problem. You look quite pale. He said that you'd hit your head."
Oh,
I tell you,
I don't know what.
Mr. Wayland?
You seem like you're quite. Should we go into the house and have you lay on the divan in the parlor?
Mr. Wayland, you are Mr. Wayland, right?
Yes, I am Augustine Wayland.
Professor Will Wagner, pleased to meet you.
He shakes
there is
Victor Howard.
I'm looking over my shoulder. There's a woman in the well.
A woman, you say? And he
yes.
walks past you, and he goes over to the well, nothing, and he leans over the well. As he leans over the well, you see these two clawed arms reach up from just inside the well, grab him by the side of the head, and pull him down into the well. You see blood splash and splatter. You can do sanity rolls again.
Oh, 82. Fail again.
37.
Okay. Take 2. You do 1d4 plus 1. And this is especially traumatic.
Stupid thing. That's 4 points.
4 points. Pascal, Dr. Wagner, you're completely unnerved by this, almost to the point of hysteria, but you're keeping yourself together. And Victor, how did you do?
I did 37. So
you're just 1 or 2 points, or 2 points.
Yeah, 2 points. Yeah.
You're both quite shaken, especially since a moment later, right behind you, another voice comes, rather the same voice, and Mr. Wayland walks up to you and says, "Gentlemen, are you all right? You seem quite disturbed by something."
What the?
Well, I think you should come inside the house. Jeremiah said that you'd hit your head.
Hold on, Wagner. We need to process this right now before we decide to do anything.
I don't really know that much about psychology, but you seem to be having some difficulty.
Yeah, well,
I've hit my head harder than I thought.
Yes, unfortunately, the nearest hospital is quite a ways away.
Yeah.
See what we can do. And he begins to escort you back to the house.
Do you happen to have maybe some gin or bourbon? I know it's not allowed, but
and he says, "Gin or bourbon?" I'm not precisely sure. Is it medication
or a glass of wines?
Wine. We'll see.
Never mind.
See what we'll ask Rosemary and see what she has in the pantry. And he escorts you back to the house. Just as you come inside the foyer, you see Jeremiah on the phone, and you hear him saying, "Oh yes, that's splendid. I'll tell them that you're coming." And he hangs up the phone and comes over and he says, "Well, I do have some good news, and it requires a bit of your patience, but Michael at the place where we get our groceries, he says he will pick up a 5-gallon tin of gasoline and bring it out here, but he needs to wait until he's off of work, which is at 6. So he won't be here until about 6:45 or 7 tonight." And Mr. Wayland immediately says, "Well, in that case, why don't you just stay until that happens, and you can join in the party. You can just join us. We have plenty of room at the table. Please be our guests."
Thank you.
And you can sort of vaguely hear the others in the library. Now, I believe the others are in the library.
Okay, Dr. Wagner, we need to talk to the other professors as well.
And Wayland says, if you'll excuse me, we were preparing. I came because I'd heard that you had injured yourself. I'm glad to see that you're not too physically injured. But if you'd like to sit down or lay down on the divan, please make yourself at home.
Our friends are in the library, you said?
Yes, this door right here.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Which you guys have to kind of walk. He's got to walk kind of past it to get to the stairs going. And the rest of you suddenly hear he comes. They come walking inside the house.
When we step into the library, I close.
You guys
the door.
notice that he's very pale.
I close the door behind us.
Good God, man.
Is there a door to the library?
Yes, there is. There's like a pocket door. Say.
Okay.
Good God, man. Wagner, are you all right?
Oh my God. I go over to him and I take out my flask of gin and I hand it to him.
Oh God, thank you. I take a swig.
Did someone paint you with lead paint?
Here's something.
Victor, what happened out there?
We just, it's too hard to explain.
Victor,
Well,
you saw that as well.
Yes, I saw
Wayland
something.
This thing grabbed Wayland, and there was blood.
Have you guys met Wayland yet? Has he introduced himself to you?
No.
No.
We got an introduction.
Can I? Okay. Wagner, what? You said you fell and hit your head.
We were at the barn, at the garage. They have a car there. There were a lot of gas cans, but they were all empty. And then I heard this, like somebody doing a growling noise. And
Like not an animal, like somebody growling.
yeah, like somebody. But I went to check if I thought maybe it was an animal and somebody who got caught in broke in and got caught in the barn. And then there was this woman. She jumped on me and I stumbled backwards and hit my head, and then she was gone. And when we were outside in the on the grounds, Victor saw her as well. She jumped into the well, you said, and when we looked, she was in the well, and she jumped at us, but she didn't come out. And then Mr. Wayland appeared, and he checked the well, and we saw as she like grabbed him and ripped him apart while dragging him into the well. I know it sounds crazy, and the next moment he's standing behind us.
And here we
Dr.
are.
Wheeler, you want to do a psychology? I mean, Dr. Irwin, you want to do a psychology?
I was going to say, I would kind of give him a once-over and see if he's suffering from shock or any kind of psychosis. I did well. I got a 22. These dice are good tonight. I think that's a hard.
If it wasn't for the fact that Victor seems to be humoring him, you'd almost think that he'd had some sort of psychotic break. But maybe he did injure himself pretty badly. It doesn't look that bad back of his head. It sounds nuts.
You know, earlier when we were walking in, I noticed the chandelier, it's not wired at all. I went up there and I took a look, and it's not wired. There's no electricity going to it. But when I would flip the switch on and off, the lights would turn it off and on, but there's no electricity. There's no reason it should be on. So that also was something I found a bit strange. But here, have some. I'll reach into my pocket and I just pull out some Valium and give it to Professor Wagner, my personal supply.
As you guys are standing there for a moment, there is suddenly you could hear a knock on the front door. A moment later, you see Jeremiah walk. Oh, you can't see because the door. You hear Jeremiah's footsteps, click, 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 going past your door towards the front. And you hear him open the front door, and you hear him say, "Oh, I'm so glad that you've arrived. You're a bit early, but we're looking very forward to tonight's festivities." You hear a man's voice. He says, "Jeremiah, I haven't seen you for a while. Anything new going on?" You hear Jeremiah say, "Well, we have a number of guests that are unexpected. Their car broke down on the road, out on the road. They ran out of gas." You hear, "Oh, that's unfortunate. How many?" He says, "There's 5 of them. They're all professors from Miskatonic." And he's like, "Ah." He says, "Well, I'll look forward to talking to them. Where are they?" He says, "They're in the library."
This guy's just telling everybody's business.
So you hear 2 sets of footfalls outside. And the pocket door just suddenly slides open. And you see this gentleman standing there. Looks like a fairly young fellow, maybe in his 20s, very, very smartly dressed. And he sees you and he says, hello, my name is Lester Goodman.
Oh.
He says, gentlemen,
Okay.
lady, ma'am. He says, Jeremiah tells me that you're all professors. How remarkable. I had no idea that Wayland knew such people.
Well, we
are.
Oh, that's right. You're not actually guests, but you've.
We've been granted the hospitality of Mr. Wayland.
What's the name again?
Lester Goodman, and he shakes your hand. Very nice to meet you. Very nice.
Mr. Goodman, you don't happen to be here by motor car?
Oh, well, I was dropped off, he says.
Before I forget, would it be possible for me to turn, because you said in the description of the German book, that the third section contains a number of the Kamiya. Could I turn to one that might match, or search for one that might match the markings on the bust?
You don't find anything in particular. You find information on, there's various levels of Magic Square, and Saturn is one of the simplest ones. Some of them are very complex with multiple, 5 lines across and 5 lines down. But obstacle is just a word that's created with it. So you do see hundreds of sigils, not necessarily what they mean, though.
Interesting. Oh, well.
Well, they're distracted by this new guy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try to slide back over to the lectern and look at something I see over on it.
Okay. So the lectern looks like this.
Oh, it's very nice.
You notice that in the middle of the chest,
it's a Santa hat.
Another sigil, and
the Keebler elves are behind this.
Or the others might notice too. So this one looks like that.
Let's go. Okay.
You pointed out the snake and all.
7, 9, 9, 1, 6, 5. 7, 9, 9, 1, 6, 5. Giraffe.
It's not giraffe.
Fuck! Giraffe works though. Oh no, it doesn't. I spelled giraffe wrong. I'm just trying to beat that.
Prison.
That is correct.
Really? Oh, good job.
Well,
I missed the second 9. I was like, still making sense.
Lester pulls out his pipe and lights up. Says, so what are you all professors of?
I'm, as I said, Dr. Wheeler. I'm professor of humanities.
Humanities. So
a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything.
We cover Western philosophy, great writers.
So lots of books. I'm myself. I'm in books. I have a bookstore in Boston on Beacon Hill. Mostly, we get some outside customers, but mostly I procure books for collectors and so forth. That's why I'm here. Not particularly for that at the moment, but because the copies of certain texts that old Wayland was looking for, I found for him.
Yes, he had mentioned there was an issue with the translation of this book. And I'll hold up the German book of Abramelin.
Yeah, that one was translated by Samuel Mathers, and apparently there were some serious mistakes in it, especially concerning the ritual and how long it would take and so forth. It was after that that old Wayland started, looking for. He started asking questions, started going around, and I can't even remember how I found out about it, but I contacted him, and it took a while, but we managed to find a German copy in the original language, and and that's where he found out what it was, 18 months, I think. He needed some other articles too for his little ritual. But now I guess we're here for Veronica. She's going to start the whole process.
Just as an aside, so he says they found a translation in German from the original language. It was the original
language, yes.
In the original language.
It was a copy from the original language.
So it's not the book I'm holding.
Oh no, that one's the Mather's copy. It's interesting, but it's a bad translation.
Well, do you have a business card? I'd like to.
Yes, of course.
I keep a private library in my study on the campus, and like to gather books of, shall we say, of subversive nature. I feel that knowledge should not be locked away.
Did Jeremiah say you're from Miskatonic? I'm not surprised.
We do have a penchant for that, but no, actually, I'm originally from Los Angeles. I'm a recent addition to Miskatonic over there.
Oh, I see. Well, that's very interesting. So I guess you're staying then for the festivities.
It appears so. Mr. Wayland has kindly extended his hospitality to us. Do you know much about what tonight's proceedings?
Not really. I don't quite get into all of the occult stuff. I mean, I do. There's a lot of money to be made in finding those books, but it's a business. It's a business for me,
I understand. But please meet the rest of my compatriots.
And he meets you all.
Do you put much stock in all this pish-posh about rituals and summoning angels and whatnot?
It doesn't matter if I believe in it, as long as they believe in it and they're willing to pay the right price to get the book. I've gone through quite a few very odd books in the past. Not always. Sometimes they just want Don Cervantes or something like that. But that's my job. And about that time, you hear another knock at the door. This time the door is open, so you see Jeremiah go past, and you hear him go to the door, and he opens up the door, and he says, "Oh, you've arrived. We're so happy to have you with us again this evening." And the voice is also male, not dissimilar from Lester. And he says, "Oh, Jeremiah, it's been so long. Perhaps what, 5 years, maybe?" And he says, "Oh, maybe that long." He says, "How's it going? Anything new?" And you can hear the door close. And he says, "Well, we do have some unexpected guests. They're professors from the Miskatonic. Their car ran out of gas, and we're trying to get gas for them, but they're probably going to stay the evening." And he says, "Where are they?" He says, "In the library." And you see Jeremiah walk by the door, and suddenly a gentleman comes around the corner, and he says, "Gentlemen, Lester Goodman." And he holds out his hand, and he is an identical copy of the Lester Goodman.
Are there two Lester Goodman now?
There are two Lester Goodmans, yes. And
so
he says, we heard that you were from the Miskatonic." And he looks over and he goes, "Oh my God, Lester, you're here." And they sort of come together and they hug. And he says, "Lester, I had no idea you were going to be here." He says, "Oh, indeed, yes. I was invited by Wayland himself." And he says, "Wow, that's fantastic." He says, "Well, the guests, I haven't met them yet." And he says, "Well, that's Professor Wagner, and that's Professor Wheeler and Professor Jenkins. And he's like, oh, I'm very glad to meet you. And he shakes your hand.
Are you all twins?
And they look at each other and they go, twins? What are you talking about?
Okay.
Are they the
we're
same
nothing
age? Do they look exactly the same?
Identical. They're right down to there.
I move over to Dr. Jenkins and hold my hand out for her flask.
Do they have the same outfit on?
Same outfit.
Yeah,
Like, exactly the same.
In fact, Lester number 2 says, I'm quite into books. I have a bookshop on Beacon Hill in Boston. Says, here's my card, and he hands you an identical.
I'm going to take the duplicate card. Out of curiosity, do we need to roll for this?
You can roll for it if you want. Sanity.
Well, I don't want to roll for it.
How do you know each other?
Meeting identical twins is not unusual, but
how do you two know each other?
Oh, we've been old friends. And the second one says, yes, I sometimes procure books for Mr. Wayland and other artifacts that he needs for his magical rituals. We're here tonight just to celebrate his daughter's.
Who's got the first business card?
I do.
He's got them both.
I'm distinctly keeping the first one in my right hand and the second one in my left hand.
Can I take a look at those?
Sure. Mm-hmm. So I'm going to hand them. This is the first, and this is the second.
And I guess they're identical.
They are identical.
I'm going to look at Wagner and go, "Are you sure I didn't get hit by a chandelier or something?" This is.
I'm asking
and
now.
I turn to
Did we die out there?
Both of the Goodmans. You're aware that you have the same business addresses.
Wait, I don't think so.
Well, these are your cards. Look at it.
No, he's at 351 on Beacon Hill, and I'm at 351 on Beacon Hill.
I take out a notebook and start taking notes, just like, I'm going to get rich.
Okay.
And now they don't. They have the same personality, but they're not doing the same thing. One of them is smoking his pipe. One of them isn't. He's like, "Where's Rosemary? Do you think I can get some coffee?" And he sort of steps and he looks down the hallway.
What do all of you think about a night stroll? Like,
you mean down the entryway and back out through the front gate?
Like 30 miles?
It is a tempting offer, Wagner. I would just like to point out I am still holding that sort of defective copy. And it's probably going to come with me if we do end up going anywhere. Okay. I mean, is there a gas leak? Like, are we all we're all seeing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are you talking about this out loud, or is this?
No, I'm sort of like in a huddle with Wagner.
I kind of sneak into that huddle because I did see something. Yes, we are all seeing this right now.
Okay. I guess. I mean, they could just be twins. They could just be messing with us.
I don't know. Wagner and I saw something outside too, where Wayland was murdered in front of us.
Did you guys drink anything? Well, from the hostess?
The ice.
No, we haven't received our.
You've had coffee or tea or lemonade or whatever.
Honestly, they could have spiked our drinks. This is a bit weird. I've heard of some psychedelics that they've been testing. They could have given us something in the tea or the coffee.
Do a psychology. Do a psychology or medical roll if you've got it.
Oh yeah, that's not good. I got a 77 out of 75.
Remember, you have luck.
I do have luck. I will spend 2 luck.
Okay,
that's a good amount.
I say I just met my psychology of 30.
Okay,
I was
Both of you
do anything
then,
special, right?
both of you, especially the clinical psychologist, knows
Right.
I definitely want to pass. I don't want you.
that people who are on drugs don't act normal. And when you look around at all of you, you're all acting normal, although you're having weird experiences. None of you feel drunk or, well, except maybe January with her gin. She doesn't have that much gin in that flask. But yeah, none of you seem drunk or intoxicated or drugged or anything like that.
There's something
Okay.
There's a knock
off.
at the front door, and you see Jeremiah walk by.
I look up and I'm just going, if there's a third one.
He goes to the front door. You hear him open it, and he says, "Oh, sir, I'm so glad that you've arrived. Everybody's in the library sort of chit-chatting." And you hear that same voice saying, "Ah, Jenkins, it's been so long since I've seen you," et cetera, et cetera. And suddenly around the corner comes Lester Goodman, number
That's
3.
it. I'm out.
Do you think we should head to another farmhouse? There has to be another dwelling. We saw more lines. Should we leave?
If we try to leave, where would we go?
And we could walk down the road. I mean, we could just walk out the
Absolutely.
gate and down the road and see if we can find another farmhouse. We found this place.
You said earlier there was a hallway that ends abruptly at what looked like to be like a washroom.
Yes, that's where the phone is. There's probably what looks like a washroom there.
I'm going to excuse myself. And I would like to make use of that washroom because I desperately need some cold water on my face.
Okay. And I'm kind of wondering, I need to use the restroom right now. So let's take a quick bathroom break.
Sure.
All right. So, Dr. Wheeler, you get to the restroom. It's a very nice restroom. Well appointed. There is a commode and a sink, and you don't see a shower or anything. This is a guest restroom, so it's not it's not a full restroom. I would you. I assume you're going to use the commode.
That actually was not my intent.
Okay.
I was coming in here because I wanted to see if we had any of our magical square friends squiggled anywhere in this room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you look around. You don't see anything like that. Do a spot hidden for me.
Okay, I've got a 35, which unfortunately, actually is exactly my hard success number.
Okay. You're looking around. There's not a lot in here. There's towels. The towels look nice. They're soft. The sink is clean. The water it runs when you turn it on. And you look up, and standing right behind you is this woman. She is disheveled, and she is growling, and she's covered in blood, and she has sharp teeth, and she looks like this.
I was gonna say, before I die. Oh, hell yeah.
She howls at you, and as you sort of jump forward and almost climb up onto the sink, you look around behind you, and there's nobody there.
Does she, since I had taken special care to look at the portraits in the parlor, does she look like anybody in those portraits?
Yeah, she looks like the wife.
Oof.
Although the wife's in much better condition.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to, obviously I have screamed and have almost climbed the sink here.
Yeah. Those of you in the house, you hear him yell as he's in the restroom. Maybe he fell in.
We run to him.
I'll head down that way.
I'll head down that way
running
too.
towards the scream.
Yeah.
Going past the phone as you do. It's in one of those little phone cubbies, if you've ever seen them. Phone's in the phone cubby.
I'll actually stop at the cubby if they're walking by.
Okay. And yeah, he Douglas suddenly you hear the door handle latch like this, and he gets out of there as quickly as he can, shaking.
And I'm like holding the door closed and just like
Douglas.
And we just knock real hard. Boom,
Are you
boom, boom,
okay?
boom.
Oh no, I'm outside. I'm
He
outside
comes out.
holding the door closed.
Okay.
What happened?
Okay.
What happened?
I'm looking down the hallway. Is there anybody other than us visible?
Mm-mm.
No. It's just us.
So I'm going to.
You can
he's
hear
like,
the Lesters talking.
right. He's like white knuckled, like on the door handle, like just holding it shut. He like lets go, and then starts patting around for the book, which he realizes he's left in the wash closet. You can see him contemplate the door for a minute, and he turns to Wagner and to Professor Harrow and says, I I think I met your friend, and
Did you by chance do a sanity roll?
I didn't. No, sorry. What do I?
Yes.
Is it just a D100?
Yeah.
Okay.
For sanity.
I got a 31. Current is 55.
Okay, so you pass. Just take a couple points of sanity damage.
So 2?
Yeah.
Okay. So I go down to 53. Okay. I met your friend, and just I mean, the sink is still in one piece. Also, I think it's his wife.
His wife.
Yeah, remember the portraits in the parlor?
The poor power was just right there too.
That could be something.
There's a lot of implications that I can't think about right now. Victor, I have left my book in the wash closet. Could you get it for me? Because I am not going back in there.
Sure. Which book did you leave there?
It's the
Abramelin.
German book, the book of Abramelin the Mage.
You know, now that I think about books, when we were in the garage, Jeremiah was mentioning something about a French book called The Operations. Did you guys find that at the library?
No, we found a German copy that contains supposedly the same information.
It's a German copy of a French translation.
Thank you. A German copy of a French
that would have been
translation.
the wrong French.
I'm looking around for anything like a poker.
Oh well, there's fire pokers and stuff.
Yeah,
by the fireplaces. Yeah.
I just go in and grab the book real quick. Open
Okay.
the door, grab it.
You open the door. There's nothing in there, but perhaps the smell of Dr. Wheeler's farts as he freaked out. And about that time, you hear a knock at the door, and you can see sort of the shadow through the side window of somebody standing there. And Jeremiah comes out of the kitchen, which is all the way down at the other end of the hall. He comes out. For a moment, you can see inside the kitchen. He comes past the dining room, walking towards you, and he's like, "Oh, is everything all right, gentlemen? There's somebody at the door." And he goes to the door and opens it, and it's Lester Goodman, number 4. And the same sort of conversation. This Lester, as he comes in, I mean, looks the same sort of affable nature. But in this case, you guys are all standing near the restroom.
Right.
And he says to Jeremiah, he says, "Well, you didn't tell me there was going to be a line." And he goes in with the other Lesters. And you're, "Lester, oh my God, it's so nice to see you again."
Okay. I think either we've all collectively lost it, or there's something very strange going on. You mean what's in the book, or why am I attached to it?
Both. Why are you attached to this book? Well, we're going crazy.
Well, it's a very interesting book. My guess, my guess is that my current working theory is going to make me sound like a madman, and you will have me committed. So I'm going to keep that to myself.
Just tell us your theory, because I think we're at a point.
Well, I'm not there. I'm at the phone, so I
Right.
won't have you committed.
Oh, okay. You went to the phone. What did you want to find out about the phone?
I was just making a joke, but I'm gonna call the operator.
Okay. You pick up the phone. You hear it ring. There's a moment when you hear operator.
Yes, I was calling. Can you tell me where I'm calling from? We're a bit lost out in the country.
This number is registered to a Mr. Wayland, Augustine Wayland.
Do you have a location for where he is? We're trying to call for a car or a mechanic to come out here to take a look at our car, and if we could give him a location, it would be appreciated.
Well, his address is listed as, and as she says the address, the static rises up on the phone, and
I'll kind of, hit it, whatever,
Yeah, it's as if she said something, but you didn't quite hear what it was.
I'm sorry. There seemed to be some static. Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes, of course. You're calling from, and the line goes dead.
And then I'll,
Nothing.
Nothing.
You hear the zzz, zzz, zzz.
Yeah.
I'll hang up, and I'll be like, I need to get out of here. I'll make my way over to join the rest of the group, but I'm going to go towards January specifically.
Okay.
And kind of be like, we should leave. We should get out of here. Something's not right.
I totally agree.
I don't want to be here anymore.
I think we'll have better luck if we head down the road. I tried calling the operator, and she answered me, and it went dead immediately. Someone cut the line or something.
I think that might be a problem. Think about it. One of the Kamiya, one of them is obstacle. The other is prison. What? I mean, we've got 6 of the same guy. Sorry, 6 of the same guy in the study.
What are you saying? Do you mean that you don't want to imply that?
No, I don't want to, but what else is there? Have you met identical sextuplets?
I mean, we could just walk out the door, at least give it a shot. Like,
they've been going outside.
Out the door?
You think what's in this book is real?
It's pish posh.
I told you you'd have me committed. I don't think it's. I mean, how else do you explain this? How do you the women woman that
I don't
drugs,
care.
Psychedelics. I don't know, but I think we should leave. And Doug, if you want to stay, be my guest.
Oh, I don't want to be here. So let's go with you guys. I am going to on our way out. I am going to give the book to one of the lesser Goodmans to put back on the shelf.
Okay. Yeah, he does.
No, Charlie, we're leaving. I can't stay here anymore. I can't hear you, Charlie.
Let's head on out. We can walk out the door.
Okay.
Come on.
Okay.
Yep. So we're I guess we're all as the Scooby Gang headed towards the door.
All right. So you step out the door onto the front porch, and it's now late afternoon. The sun is probably slowly approaching the horizon. The shadows in the yard are longer. The trees that sort of surround the property, cast shadows into the yard. Like you all to do spot hiddens.
I did have a flashlight when I was helping with the car.
It's not that dark, but yes. Okay.
Okay. I don't know if you want me to have it or roll luck to see if I would have put it in my
Hard
pocket.
success.
I got a hard success.
Holy shit. So did I.
We are on fire tonight.
I got a 19. Man, this is great.
Yeah. As you step out onto the porch of the house and you look over, that woman with the shark teeth is right near the front gate. And she is crouching and sort of moving around as if she's hunting for something, like something on the ground, maybe something to eat.
I hate it when I'm right.
She's moving like an animal.
That's her.
Yeah.
Like a predator.
We can't go that way.
If you haven't seen her yet, you can do a spot hidden. I mean, you can do a sanity roll.
If you haven't or
If
have.
you haven't seen her.
Oh, I haven't
Now
seen
you're
her.
seeing her.
I failed.
Oh, 96.
Ooh.
Yeah, 1d4
go.
plus 1.
1d4. I got a 2, so a 3.
I got a 3 as well.
Oh,
Okay.
same things.
You are
I
shaken. You are shaken. You gasp, but you are in control of yourselves.
Okay.
Professor Wagner, didn't you say there was a car in the barn?
Yes, but there's no gas in it as well.
You checked the tank?
Did I? I think I did.
I didn't hear you say it, but I wasn't
I think
there.
you hit your head before everything
Okay.
kind of got lost.
I'm not. Maybe we should check again.
I think
I'm sure about the gas cans, but I'm not really sure about the car.
would the barn be away from her, right?
Yeah,
Because it was like kind of behind
towards
the
the back.
house. Yeah.
Right.
I do have to point out that it's nothing but open lawn between the front porch and the barn.
Well, and flowers and stuff.
Right.
But she could come straight for us.
Oh, those chrysanthemums are going to slow her down.
So as we troop over there,
It was just an idea.
I'm
We
not
don't have to
turning
do it.
away from this apparition and have the poker.
Maybe we can send some
my
lessers
poker
out
man.
here to find her. Like there's extra, so
If all this is being caused, what if they're doing the ritual over? What if we stop the ritual? Could we stop it?
Where is the ritual at exactly?
Well, I'm willing to bet it's
the
upstairs.
creepiest place that there is, the mausoleum.
Well, that's a massive assumption.
Let's
we
go.
gotta
She's
to the
coming.
grave.
Let's go. Let's stop it.
No,
Yes.
we should stay in the house. Like what? Or go for the car. I don't know why going to a grave would do anything.
No.
She's blocking our exit.
I mean, a car would not.
We could hit her with
Over.
the car.
All right,
Yes,
we're going
let's
to the
do that.
car, and then we'll see if there's gas. I guess.
Okay.
But she was
Wagner, do
already,
you still
you
have
said
that
she was,
fireplace poker?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
You grabbed it.
you
It's
said
your
she was,
security blanket.
I'm not putting that away.
is this the same person you saw in the garage? I don't want to go back anywhere she's already been.
The garage, the well, and in the restroom.
Oh, and out here.
And out here.
Okay.
Yuri. All right. Well, I mean, there's no time like the president. Run for it, and we'll just sprint to the bar.
You're running for the barn. All right.
Yeah.
Do a luck roll. I mean, sorry. Spot hidden roll.
80. So I fail.
24.
96.
Fail.
See, we do fail rolls.
I got hard.
But, oh, okay.
So,
Either extremes or
33.
fail.
Right?
so
Yeah.
as you are running towards the barn, those of you who passed, you do notice the mausoleum. Now it's kind of directly across from where you are, with the house on one side and the well on the other. It's just sitting there. There's no like spooky candles or anything like that written around. It's just mausoleum. You can still see it. It's still light enough that it's right there. But you run towards the barn. You get to the barn. What are you going to do?
Just
The
run
car,
directly
yes.
into the barn.
See if we can
So
turn
through the little door. Okay.
see if
the
we can turn the
barn's-
car over.
The barn is darker now than it was earlier because you're later in the afternoon. The Duesenberg is sitting there. It's a beautiful car. Do a spot hidden roll.
Oh God, I got a 7.
3. Success.
17.
Extreme success.
Okay. You notice that it is covered in dust. Wasn't there earlier.
Wagner, I thought you said you checked this.
There was a little bit of dust on it.
Yeah, there's what looked like years worth of dust on it.
Wagner, I thought you said you checked this.
Do we see handprints
Yeah,
on the hood or anything where he was messing with it?
Mm-mm.
I opened the driver door.
Yeah, there's dust all over it.
Okay, is there would it have a key or just most likely? But is
I
there
don't know
a key?
if they had keys. There would have been a starter button, probably.
Or a start.
Oh no, maybe do you have to crank the front end of it?
I'm not sure. I could Google it.
1928. Yeah, I don't know. We'll say it's past. It's got a starter, so there's probably a button.
Is the car in the same condition? It's just dust on it, or did the car kind of just fall apart?
No, it looks like it's been neglected for years.
I'm trying to start
There
it.
might be little bits and pieces of dust. I mean, not dust, rust here and there. Oh, you're going to open it up and climb in?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh boy.
I'm sorry. I just couldn't help but try to freak you out. You get in and you try to turn it over and it doesn't turn over. Battery's dead.
This is not the same garage that we came in.
Well,
The garage looks
one
the same.
barn.
There's still tools and stuff hanging on the wall, but there's a lot of cobwebs.
But it's not the same. The car was in perfect condition.
Mhm.
How did you go into
Wagner-
a different garage?
This,
No,
It's gotta be the same garage.
This is not the same
Only
garage.
one. It's a big old barn.
but there's only one barn here.
But Wagner, you saw the car, right? It was in great condition.
I know what I've seen. Yes, but I can explain it.
No gas. Car doesn't work. Is there a sledgehammer in here?
I was just about to say if there's any large tool to grab as a club. I'm taking from, Wagner.
There's maybe a pipe wrench, something like that. I don't think they would have a sledgehammer. There might be shovels and things like that, and rakes, garden rakes.
It'd be weird if I
Pitchfork.
walked into the house with a rake. Okay. Well, it's yours if you want it, Dr. Irwin. I hate to
I'll
say
grab the
this, but
pipe
I think
wrench.
we're gonna have to go upstairs
In the
What now?
barn or at the house?
at the house.
Why?
Should we go to the mausoleum?
Okay, so how
There's nothing
many
at the
Why?
mausoleum.
They-
weird things do we need to encounter before we're going
is-
to just face the fact that
that is true.
apparently wizardry is real?
But why upstairs? They told us not to go upstairs.
There you go.
Well, I guess we
Saying
make a run
we
for the
have to
house.
confront these people.
Wait. So we're not in the same barn. Are we even going to walk into?
No,
the
we
same
are in
house?
the same barn. It's
No,
just
no, we're not the same barn.
Things have changed. Things have definitely changed.
Maybe we're in some kind of time dilation. That's why the dust keeps coming back.
I'm what?
It's like the conference. It was about time, right? About civilizations and how they interacted with time and concepts of time or whatever.
Yeah,
Maybe it's like
people's
that. Maybe we're in some kind of time sink, some kind of loop or something, and that's why there's dust and it's later in time, and there's 4 of these.
4 Lyles. Oh my God.
Lesters.
How many are there going to be when we get
I do
back?
not know their name.
I don't know.
There was 4 of them. We introduced
So
themselves
many.
4 times.
I don't even know.
If I stick my head outside
Lester.
the door, can I see another Lester coming up the drive?
Oh.
No.
Okay.
You still see the woman near the gate. You're pretty sure she's catching insects and eating them, maybe, or something
They're
like
butterflies. Get away from her.
Sorry.
Dr. Wheeler, you
Okay.
can also do a spot hidden since you're looking out. You do.
I got an 11, actually. Sorry, I thought it was a 71 for a second, but I got an 11, which is another extreme.
You've noticed there are clouds that have been rolling in. Earlier, they just looked pretty and billowy and so forth. But a couple little snowflakes drift down towards the ground as you're looking out.
Well, it's March, right? So that wouldn't
It's
be.
March. It wouldn't be that unusual. Besides, you're going up towards Canada, so even
Right.
Yeah.
less unusual.
All right, it's about to snow.
Snow way.
Oh, snow.
You know what? I'm just going to go and let her eat me at this point.
Okay, well, thank you for the distraction.
All right.
Is there a way to get across the wall?
It's high with wrought iron on top of it, and there's spikes.
And does the wall go all the way around, or we saw there was forest behind?
You can't really see, but yeah, you're pretty sure it goes all the way around.
Well, I'd
Was
say we
there
enter the
a
house.
ladder in the barn?
I'm sorry.
Is there a ladder in the barn?
Do a luck roll.
78. Barely passed.
It's good luck. It seems you look around and there is a ladder. It looks like an old barn ladder. So it's made out of maybe scrap pieces of wood. It looks very heavy. And it's a little termite ridden, so you're not sure that it's safe.
Can it do like a spot hidden to see if there's any of the sigils that we've been seeing earlier?
Sure. If you look around, you don't see anything like that.
Okay.
Well, I say we head back for the house. It's our best bet at this point. Maybe we can talk this. They seem pretty friendly. And helpful. Everyone seems polite and nice, and besides the women that are trying to eat us.
Woman, singular.
Now, there's a daughter and the mother, or have we only seen the mother? Because I thought that Professor Wagner said he saw a smaller creature.
Well, it was.
You're pretty sure this is all the same.
We're thinking it's the same.
Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't get that good of a look.
Okay.
So you're going to head back towards the house?
That's my plan, but I'm not the leader. I'm just suggesting it at this point.
Okay.
I think you're right.
As you step back out of the barn, I would like you all to do spot hiddens.
19, pass.
21, hard to
21.
Normal.
Who got the best roll?
34.
I got 21.
I got
Got a
21.
19.
Oh,
19?
Wagner beat us both.
Okay. So as you step out and you take a couple steps towards the house, Wagner, you suddenly put your arms out like this to stop everybody from walking. You all notice him staring intently towards the house, and the other two that passed, Victor and Douglas, you all notice at the same time there's no smoke coming out of any of the chimneys on the house.
Are the lights still on?
Huh.
Mm-hmm. The air is chilly out here. You do see a few little flurries of snow, but there is no smoke coming out of those fireplaces, and all of the fireplaces were lit when you were inside.
I mean, even if they extinguished them all,
there'd still
fireplace in the parlor was lit.
It could be like the lights. The lights were lit, but there was no electricity.
So there's fire but no smoke?
There was light, but no power. Either way, we're standing in the middle of this field with that creature.
And I'd prefer not to freeze to death out here. Let's get back
Yeah.
outside.
Let's continue on.
So if we continue into the house, can we ask to see?
Well, you're walking across the yard.
Right.
I'm looking specifically at the window where the bust was.
Okay. Well, you can't see that from here. That's
well,
around the
as
front
we're
of the
approaching.
house.
You know. Oh, okay. We're in the back. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. Everybody do intelligence rolls and tell me what you get.
Oh, hell yeah.
I failed.
I was one off from an extreme. Can I?
Oh,
I
You
can't
can
use luck.
spend luck. You can spend luck.
I will definitely spend a luck. I will get an extreme success.
I got a regular success.
Oh, I did have a regular success. I have a lady intelligence.
I like the
I realized.
extreme. Dr. Wheeler, what do you think might be going on here?
My guess is that if we're going to take a leap off the precipice of sanity here, that we're going to presuppose that magic is real, and then I'm going to guess that Mr. Wayland had botched the ritual and had either produced or turned his wife into whatever is currently prowling the grounds and is causing multiple duplicates of his guests to arrive, or this is a side effect of performing the ritual correctly, and I can't explain the chainsaw-mouthed, scythe-clawed woman at the front gate. Those are my two working theories, but none of them are really rooted in reality, as Dr. Wheeler would know it.
Do any of you have anything to add or anything different?
I also solemnly swear that this is my first time in this adventure.
I mean, that sounds pretty accurate that something happened. I think it's the wife is the creature. Something went wrong with the first time because they said they tried it again, right?
Right.
And then there's a bunch of ash, which I think is like attempts. A burn pit for possibly something, or maybe we're trapped in it as well. I still stand by some kind of like time dilation or loop or some kind of shattering of the multiverse.
Think for a moment about the pictures in the parlor. Of Wayland in the middle.
All right.
You have Wayland's wedding day with his wife. You then have Wayland with his daughter. But you don't have any pictures with the mother and the daughter together.
Right. That's so when I mentioned earlier that I was jumping to conclusions.
Mm-hmm.
Douglas Wheeler is a widower. He'd lost his daughter's mom to illness while she was very little. So my assumption upon seeing those photos was that Mr. Wayland and I were not so different, and that he may have lost his wife in childbirth to give to his daughter.
And there's a mausoleum.
Correct. But
a rather nice looking mausoleum.
If I'm going to chase down,
nice and safe.
If I'm going to chase down this sort of illogical path logically, that might only resolve the face-eating monstrosity at the front gate and may not resolve the rest of it. But that is definitely something we can check out. It looks like Dr. Jenkins was actually correct, or at least was leading us in the right direction.
Better than going inside to see another.
Yeah, actually, now that you say it, if I see another lesser, I might actually lose it. So maybe we should go to the mausoleum.
Okay. You walk across the yard. Go ahead.
No.
You walk across the yard. Does any of you have botany or biology or anything like that? Would you roll that?
Entomology.
You can roll entomology too.
Fuck you.
I got an 88, so I don't think I'm going to make that. 88's too high.
Okay. All you know is that something seems a little wrong here.
I have a 40 in entomology. I got a 56. So I will spend 16 luck.
Ooh, that's a lot of luck. All right. Charlie, you're not quite sure what's bothering you about this. Something about the yard. Dr. Jenkins, as you're walking around, the first thought you have is that, it's late in the day, that the sun is, almost going down at this point. The yard is dark, and there are still an awful lot of butterflies flying around. Butterflies usually don't fly around in the dusk or evening. And that's why when it also occurs to you that all of these flowers and roses are in bloom, and it's March.
Oh. It's a little early.
It's a lot of early for roses. For these tea roses and even butterflies. Butterflies aren't around this early in the year. And as you're approaching the mausoleum, I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
Oh, as I say, in the painting of the wife and the daughter, did it seem like they were in a garden or like you know what I mean? Like that it was
probably the wedding was more in like a church. Mm-hmm. And they all seem to be inside of somewhere, a building, different buildings depending on the painting. So you approach the mausoleum. It's obviously a wealthy person would have built this, something you'd build in tribute to, somebody you loved. It's a circular thing. Like I say, when you think of the Jefferson Memorial, it's a little thing with columns and a little dome on the top, and a couple of steps up, and there are Bible verses about the resurrection, written around it, carved into the stone. It's very pretty, very white, very white marble, but the kind of stuff that you would expect to see, at a rich person's mausoleum. And it requires you to kind of step up a couple of steps up to where the columns are, and you go between the columns. And then you don't take the steps down, but these would be in sarcophaguses, like a formal American sarcophagus. But there are two sarcophagi, one side by side, and one of them says Evangeline Wayland, and she died in I might get the date wrong, 1901. Oh. And Augustine Wayland, who died in December 1923.
5 years ago. Well, 4 and some months, but yeah.
There isn't one for the daughter? Because Augustine was the husband, right?
Yeah, the husband and wife.
Yeah.
They've got birth and death days.
Yeah.
And that would have been about 2012. From the picture you saw of the daughter, you're guessing that she'd be probably in her early 20s. 1928, or late 20s, probably.
I wasn't close enough to see the woman really, but I'll ask how old that Professor Wheeler and Professor Wagner thought that she was when they were up
she's
close.
So deteriorated and torn up, and bloody and shake. Yeah, you can't really tell, but probably about the age that whatever Wayland is presenting itself.
Oh shit.
So I think I'm losing my marbles here. Have we been talking to ghosts all the time?
I'll start looking for the symbols while he's losing it.
There are no symbols in here other than, like I say, Bible verses, which isn't surprising. But Pascal, do an intelligence roll.
70 pass.
You've actually seen one of these people murdered right in front of you, and then they were there again.
Yeah, that's exactly
How does
what I've been trying to
the
say.
young man? How old is this book dealer? What was his name?
Lester Goodman.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's in his late 20s, maybe mid 20s.
Are there bodies in these caskets?
Well, they're stone sarcophagi made out of marble. You could open them, but you'd need a crowbar and
got a wrench.
You damage them in the process. But you're assuming that they're filled because they've got death dates on them.
Do we see anything else? I mean, I was looking for sigils. Do I see anything else that seems out of place, or just really these two sarcophagi and then columns of Bible verses is really all we're seeing?
Yeah, looks like a standard rich person's tomb.
Right. Okay, well, if we're working off the assumption that they're both dead, that really only leaves one suspect.
Ghosts.
The daughter.
So if I'm chasing your thoughts, you think that woman at the gate is the daughter?
No. I think the woman at the gate is her mother.
Evangeline.
And I think that the replicating copies of Augustine and this book salesman may be, again, you got to remember, Wagner, we are leaving the realm of what we know. But from what I've seen in the book and what I can piece together, my guess, because again, I'm not a magician, my guess is that there was some attempt to perhaps restore life to her parents. I can't explain the bookseller. I could be way off. I mean, this is,
well, maybe
for lack of a better phrase,
her.
this is black magic and witchcraft to me. So I can't.
Maybe he just brought her the book, and he's caught in this loop as well.
That's entirely possible. Well,
but
what about the butler and his wife?
Maybe they were the people that were here when the ritual was being performed and it went awry.
It's weird to me that they constantly don't know what alcohol is.
I was thinking the same thing.
Like it bugs me.
But even 20 years ago, everybody knew what alcohol is.
I mean, it's been around, yeah.
It's been around for 7,000 years.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, especially wine. You asked for wine, which is a common thing.
Yeah, the common thing.
Even gin or whiskey or brandy.
Was there anything else that was missing besides the alcohol, I didn't hear anything else that seemed to be out of place.
The barn is out of place too. We did not walk in the barn at that same.
Well, and
changes.
There are parts of the house you haven't even gone into yet on the first floor.
The upstairs.
No, on the first floor.
We have to get into the house.
We haven't been like a kitchen.
Or the dining room.
The house.
In the kitchen, we can get knives at least.
I mean,
and some
maybe
snacks.
A cleaver.
I mean, maybe the creature has to sleep and we can sneak out during the day. I don't.
Okay.
You realize that the snow is starting to pick up. It's not bad, but it's coming down and it's pretty damn cold.
There was no other buildings. There was the well, the barn, the mausoleum, and then the house, right? That was it.
Correct.
That we saw. Okay. So I'd say head back to the house is my bet. There's no other option besides unless we want to freeze to death.
So if you use, I'm just going to say you're going to kind of notice this. You're looking at the house. when you're looking at the outside of the house, you can still kind of tell how it's built and stuff like that. So you know where the front area is, you know. You're pretty sure the parlor, though, is on the opposite side of the house, inside the door. The library is also on the opposite side of the house. There would be stairs going up. The kitchen, however, must be on this side where that pit was. You did see a little door there. And there's another room that looks like it has a lot of windows, maybe the dining room on this side. But there is an entire other part in the back on the other side of the kitchen. Architecturally, it looks different than the rest of the house, as if there were originally a large house and a small house, and they've been connected to one another, maybe the servants' quarters. And then there's the second story and the little cupola on the top.
Well, we should go check out the new section, I think. Seems to be the most interesting.
What did you see
at
in
least
the
that's
pit
my
when
vote.
you walked by it? Was there anything in there or just
It was just ash. It was just ash.
how
You
big was
didn't
the
really have a
pit?
chance to examine it.
Yeah. We asked Jeremiah. Jeremiah said that he just throw ash that they burned from the ritual. From what we can see from the distance, it was 6 feet deep.
6 feet across.
Oh, 6 feet across.
Only about a foot deep.
Okay, well, let's head back in. The new section's as good as any other.
You can pass that as you're going towards the house.
Is there any way to get in there? Is there a door?
There is a door that you're pretty sure goes into the kitchen from that side.
But not into the new section. We'd have to enter it from within the house already.
Yeah, well, you could walk around the building and see if you could find
I mean, I want to go in the closest door.
Okay,
I'm afraid of this creature.
It's on the other side
I'll
of the
grab
pit.
January and be like, stay close just in case anything happens.
So you go up to the house and you can see there's a couple of little steps up and there's a door there. You can see light coming from inside. What do you do? You walk by the pit. Did you want to look at the pit? Or
Yeah.
Not like too. I don't want to get like close enough to like potentially fall in or anything, but like,
well, it's only a foot deep. It's basically it's a place where they've cut out the ground and then they obviously burn things here.
I guess in my mind, when I hear pit, I thought like,
like it sounds like a deep pit, but it's
like a pit, not like a fire pit.
It's a fire pit, is what it is. You look at it and you can do spot hiddens.
I'll use my flashlight as well, just to.
Yeah.
I got a 7.
4.
Nice.
Yeah. I'm freaking out. His pupils probably got to be like.
So what you find, interestingly enough, is, in a fire pit, there's mostly ashes. And the ashes are pretty gray, and a few pieces of wood and things like that are black. But sometimes things don't completely burn. And you do see what looks like pages from a book that have been burned. There's just scraps. It looks like there's cloth, white cloth there's scraps of that are, yellow where the burn is. And but you could tell that it's fabric. And other things along that line.
Is it more shroud-like or more tablecloth-like?
Or white dress-like?
Well, you do seem to recall from the Abramelin book that they would wear white robes and things like that for the ritual purity.
Right.
Things like that. You can do a luck roll to see if you can find a scrap with writing on it.
I'll throw that. Wagner, you want to try? 30 out of 59.
I got a 3.
There you go.
Nice. So, Dr. Jenkins, you find a bit of spine of a book that the pages have pretty much burned. But it seems to be, you say the name is in Latin, you say it out loud, and it's a Catholic religious text that, you could find a copy of it at Miskatonic, probably a number of copies. You find paper with text written on it, but if you pass a luck, you realize that it's just it's religious stuff. It's stuff about angels. It's stuff like that, but nothing forbidden or dark or anything like that. No Necronomicon. Besides burning a Necronomicon.
I was going to say, I think it would have something to say about that.
So it does look like what Jeremiah said, that they're just ritual things that are used. They're dirty. They have to be burned, not thrown away. And you come to the kitchen door. What do you want to do?
I'm going to go in because I'm freezing.
I'm going to follow her.
No hesitation.
You open the door and start to go in. It is a kitchen. There is a large table in the center of the room. There is a hearth with a crackling fire. There is an old-fashioned stove that seems to have pots of stuff boiling on it. Rosemary is in there, and as you walked in, she had some vegetables which she was chopping, putting together. And as you walk in, she turns suddenly and she looks at you and she says, "Oh, you startled me."
Oh, we're so sorry.
Oh, it's snowing outside.
Come in, she says.
Thank you. Sorry.
Thank you.
Is there a way, knowing what we know, that we could, I don't know, I guess force perception? Maybe.
Power roll.
Okay.
Use your willpower to overcome your
32 out of 55, standard success.
All right. So
sorry, Wagner, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Miss Rosemary, go ahead, Thom, first.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll go up to Rosemary. Do me a favor. Could you tell me what year we've got? What's the date?
Well, it's the current year.
What is today's date?
The date?
Date.
I'm not quite sure. I don't quite understand the question.
What is there not to understand? What year do we have?
You'll have to ask my husband. I just don't know.
You don't know what year it is. I'll roll a psychology to see if she's legitimately doesn't understand. I got a 94, so it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't seem to be. It's as if when you say that, she's kind of confused.
What about
she's just a confused person?
Where is your husband?
Oh, well, he's around somewhere, I'm sure.
I'm
probably tending to Les Whitman.
I'm looking around for a big knife.
Yeah, there's big knives. There's butcher stuff.
I'm taking a big knife and storming out of the kitchen.
The kitchen is a well-appointed kitchen. She's chopping vegetables. There's soup on the stove. There's things being prepared. But Dr. Wheeler, you walk in, and at first, when you first walked in the door, you could smelled like maybe a roast in the oven, vegetables cooking, things like that. But as Dr. Wagner is talking, and the others are sort of looking around, and he's grabbing a knife, and there's something different. There's something in the smell. It doesn't quite seem right. And as you're looking around, there's a dirty pot over towards the side, and then You notice some dishes, and the food that's on them, that's sitting there, it's kind of over in the corner. It's looks like it's old, like it's dried up, maybe.
It's gone past fetid to like desiccated.
Yeah, gone to desiccated. And the smell in the room is like vaguely animal, like something has died, like the smell of rats that have died. Rats in the walls. And as you look around the room, there are too many cobwebs up above, and too many signs that something's very wrong here.
He's gonna groan and just say out loud, but in a low tone, "I liked it better in the cave." Which is a reference to Plato. Sorry if that is too obscure.
I'm gonna go over and like snatch a couple of the carrots and start eating them, unless I see cookies somewhere.
Okay.
Because we don't know this is happening, right?
Right.
I would just be eating and munching.
She says, "Oh, of course, dear. Please help yourself."
Thank you. I mean, it's a little too healthy.
Can I slap those out of her hand?
Yeah, please do.
We'll call that a brawl.
Sure. All right. I might have to bring my camera over, but it's actually a 7.
Okay. So just as she brings that rotten carrot towards her mouth, you knock it out of her hand.
What the fuck?
I'll explain in a minute. We need to go into the hallway.
I know I said I only eat desserts, but I mean, I have to eat something.
Can I ask, do you have a newspaper here by any chance?
It's not going to have the answers you're looking for.
She says, "A newspaper? What is that?"
Okay.
That obviously is odd.
That confirms it. Yeah.
I'll ask Rosemary. Rosemary, who's buried in the mausoleum out back?
Oh, that's Miss Angeline. Angeline was Mr. Wayland's wife. She died giving birth to Veronica.
Huh. And I'll kind of look at the group, and then I want to leave this room myself, because I think she's either, like he said, a ghost or trapped in time or something that's happening. And I think we should head upstairs
now,
check on the daughter.
That's where I'm heading.
From being in this room, there are 3 doors. Oh, 4 doors. Sorry, there are 4 doors. There is a door going back into the hallway. There's the one going back outside where you just came from. There's a 3rd door, which you don't quite know what that is. And then there is 4th door, which you're probably guessing leads into that petition in the house towards the back, the servants' quarters, maybe. But you said you were going to go.
I stormed out into towards the hall. I want to go upstairs.
Okay.
But that's what I'll say as well, is maybe we should go upstairs, and maybe the daughter's upstairs trapped in the ritual that she's trying to perform or something, and we can halt it and possibly escape.
Oh.
So if the daughter's up there, who's outside?
The mom.
The mother?
She just said,
I don't know.
Rosemary just said the mother was in the mausoleum.
Yeah, but there's a lot of resurrection things around.
But
maybe they, like Professor Wheeler was saying, maybe they tried to do something to bring her back.
I also positively ID'd her from having seen the photos and then having encountered her.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Sometimes dead
I'm
is
going
better.
I'm going to pull Erwin aside, and Wheeler's looking like stressed out. Like, there's a lot of truth happening in this dude's head, and he's not ready for it. But he's going to sort of pull you aside and say, "Charlie, I need you to, those images, the not the Rorschach ones, but the ones where if you focus a certain way, you can make it look a different way without ever having to move the image."
Yeah, the magic eye.
Yes. I need you.
Is that I don't know if that's what you're talking about.
They didn't
Close
exist
enough.
in
I need you. Oh yeah, actually, this could be a complete anachronism. I don't know if they were even around.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Just keep going.
Sorry, I need you to do that now with this hallway.
So basically, unfocus my mind.
You can do a POW roll if you're going to try.
Sure. I mean, if he suggests it. I pass. Yeah, regular pass.
A regular pass. What happens is that Wheeler kind of focuses your attention. Look at that there. Do you see the rotten carrot? And you kind of squint your eyes and suddenly you realize that that's what you're seeing.
And this is kind of what I was thinking anyways, that things were not accurate after the dust and then this. And so I guess I probably want to confirm that hypothesis.
Yeah. The harder you focus on it, the more you start to realize that there's something definitely wrong. What you're seeing is not what's here. You're seeing a kitchen that's been dilapidated for years. And
I don't look at Rosemary. Specifically, I will try not to look at her once I see this.
Okay.
Because I am afraid that she's
that's an excellent point. I had asked about
her. I will tell Wheeler, Dr. Wheeler, like, don't look at Rosemary. Because I assume she's something else.
The minute you say it, he's going to.
I mean, sure.
That's just how it works, man.
Yeah. The minute you turn to look where Rosemary is standing as she's chopping vegetables, there's no one standing there chopping vegetables.
And I'm going to turn back and be like, it could have been worse.
What you do notice is the pot on the stove. Just as you look, there is a squeak, and a large fat rat jumps up out of the pot, scurries across the top of the stove, which is not on, goes into the fireplace and up the flue, which is not lit. About that time, there seems to be a noise, a commotion going on in the hallway, just outside the door. Pascal, I keep calling you by your really, Dr. Wagner, as you're opening the door, what you see right down the hallway at the foot of the stairs, you can't see up the stairs, but you see that the Lesters, all 9 of them, are gathered there. They are looking up the stairs. And you can hear a young woman's voice coming from up the stairs, around the corner up the stairs. And she's like, well, I'm so glad that you all came. I feel very honored that you've come to bid me good luck on my ritual. What are the rest of you doing as Pascal? Dr. Wagner has frozen in his tracks. You're muted.
I think first thing I need to do a sanity roll, seeing those 9 there. I'm holding to my sanity with my teeth. 22.
Nice.
Pass.
Yeah. You take 1 point of damage because you sort of say, what the hell did I expect to see?
I'm running up towards this girl.
Oh, well, you'd have to run out through all of the Lesters.
Yeah, and if
like this,
one of them stands in my way, I've got a knife in my hand.
Okay. Well, there's quite a crowd. As you step out of the kitchen, you now are right next to the dining room, and you see in there's a large table, a formal table. It's beautifully laid out. There are candles lit. There are, plates and glasses and silverware. You can hear the crackling of the fire. You can see the fireplace. Do a spot hidden roll for me.
37 pass. Regular.
There is a sculpture sitting on top of the mantelpiece. It looks like it's dark, but the room is kind of brightly lit with the candles and the fire and all that. It looks like a lion. And you are pretty sure that there is a sigil scratched into the base of it.
Lion.
It looks like this.
Okay, I'm beelining over toward it. Okay, we need to find the ox.
Okay, so you're all by yourself at the moment going in there. What are the rest of you going to do? Do you touch the lion? Do you pick it up? I just want to know if you touch it or fiddle with it at all.
Yeah, I touch it.
Okay. It's very heavy. You're pretty sure it's made out of lead.
Okay.
Like the paint.
Oh.
The statue was painted with lead.
Lead is alchemically Saturn is associated with lead. The camea you've been using is the Saturn camea. What are the rest of you doing?
January, do you say this about the lion, the eagle, the human?
Are we like running after him?
I mean, I was walking.
You tell me what
him.
You're doing.
I was going out to join Professor Wagner.
Okay, so I would have been running, grabbing cookies from the kitchen and running out. And then I kind of stumble into the back of Wagner. And I see that he has the lion statue in his hand. And then I say, the lion, the eagle lectern, the human statue. We just have to find the ox. Right?
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense based off what we've read.
And then I'm going to say, is there a sigil?
Where's the girl?
Is there a sigil out there?
Thank God I'm not crazy.
Where's the girl?
You guys are all standing inside the dining room.
Yes.
Just as you are standing there, you can still hear the talking going on. It's like she's giving a little speech to the Lesters.
That's sweet.
Do any of you want to take a look? See her?
Yeah.
I've had my eyes open. I'm afraid to see what's at the top of the stairs.
Yeah, I don't want to see.
I'll take a look.
Are you putting the lion back where it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just put the lion down on the table.
It's extremely heavy. Yeah. So
I'm going to have him put it down so I can look at the bottom of it.
Did you want to look at the camea?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, time doesn't move for all of us the same, so we'll let you solve the camea before. We'll assume this takes no time at all in reality. Let's see.
Wait, who got it last time?
This is the camea on the lion.
Okay. This is mine. This is it.
You go, girl.
Thank you. I mean, I probably won't. That's fine. 2, 1, 9, 9, 9, 5, 9. 2, 1, 9, 9, 9, 5, 9.
You didn't know there's
barrier.
Barrier. Very
yes.
Good.
Nice.
Oh, let's go.
All right. As you step around the stairs, of course, all of the Lesters are friendly and polite. You look up the stairs and you see Mr. Wayland. He is standing up there, and next to him is this rather beautiful woman. She looks like she's in her 20s. Do a spot hidden for me.
Oh.
Hard pass.
Normal.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll spend 3 luck to make it a hard.
Well, you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Right.
I also got a hard.
There's stuff in her hair. Looks
Yeah.
like ashes.
Well, like a phoenix.
This picture I did actually looks pretty nice, but the woman looks a little emaciated, like she's been fasting and preparing for some sort of ritual. I just realized she's also not dressed in her white, but we'll assume that she is dressed normally for now. The ritual hasn't begun yet, but she's up there and she's thanking everybody for coming. Thank you, Lester. And and thank you, Lester. And we can't forget Lester. And to welcome to our guests. I hope that they get here soon with your gasoline. But please, join us for the meal. We're going to have a lovely meal because the ritual for me begins at midnight.
Question for Erwin and myself. Is this what we see?
Yes.
Okay.
Are we all seeing this?
It's as if, there's an energy coming from there. So you're seeing her up there. Maybe at the same time, though, because of your insight, when you look away and you look around, definitely the place is not in great shape.
But when we look back, it looks great.
When you look towards her, everything looks. You look at the Lesters and you look at the stairs. That part of the building looks fine. Anyway, she says we need to all. We'll have the sacred meal. I'm sorry, it's vegetarian because we're not allowed to have meat in the house during the ritual, so we've removed it. Please, and she sort of motions for everybody to go.
May I ask, is there also a prohibition on alcohol on the premises while you're performing this ritual?
She says, I'm not sure I understand the question. But yes, probably.
Can I look at Wayland? I forgot his name. It starts with an A.
Yeah, Augustine.
Thank you, Augustine. Is he there?
Yeah, he's there.
Okay. As much the drama queen in me really wants to do the whole dramatic confrontation, but we'll all die. So we got to find that ox.
So you're all kind of herded into the dining room. Where do you want to sit around the table?
I'm going to sit by Charlie.
Okay.
I don't know. I want to find this ox and
I don't want to sit.
I don't necessarily want to sit at the table. I don't know, because I know the food isn't real. Desiccated.
I'm gonna lean over to Erwin and say I will do my best to distract her if you can organize the rest to find the last piece.
Mm-hmm.
I just walk out of the dining hall.
I'll ask Dr. Wheeler, is there anything in your book about stopping the ritual or destroying these items?
Well, it's lead. I mean, you can burn it in a fireplace. You can melt it in a fireplace, I mean.
But these aren't, there's no fire.
Well, there's a fire pit outside. I mean, we can't have this like in-depth conversation subtly.
Right.
Yeah.
Also,
you're
you're also not modern in our sense of gentlemen. You're 1920s gentlemen, so there's all these sort of, you're used to having all these etiquettes and things like that. So
everyone's just not on their
you're
phone.
kind of sort of forced against your will in your own mind to come into the room, have a seat,
yes,
so that they can continue going.
Sorry, Thom. Thank you.
Yeah. She sits next to the head of the table, and Wayland, of course, sits at the head of the table.
Can I sit across from her and next to Wayland?
Sure. Yeah, you're sitting near, you're close enough to have conversation with her. And of course, the Lesters take up all the other seats. There might be 15 of them at this point.
15.
15.
There was 9.
Yeah.
I was gonna say they stopped coming in through the door and are just congealing off the walls.
But most of them are quiet and polite at this point, and they sit down. And
when we saw the dining table the first time, did we see the same amount of seats now? Because it's like there's more Lesters now.
Yeah, I mean it's a big table. It's meant to, but there are no vacant seats by the time you're sitting down. The Lesters have filled up the spaces.
Okay, good.
So there should be no more Lesters. Yeah, there shouldn't be any more
Lesters. At that point, Jeremiah and Rosemary come in with the food, tureens. They begin to spoon out soup into your bowls, and
I'm not doing that.
Yeah, Victor and Douglas, it looks like swamp water.
Charlie and Douglas, but yeah.
I'm sorry, Charlie and Douglas.
I'll tell January, don't eat the soup.
I'm starving.
There's a problem with it. Eat your brownies, woman.
I'm starving.
You have so many brownies in your purse.
Fine.
So I would like to, is it possible to use charm as a distraction to keep her focus on me?
I would like you to actually do it. What are you going to do?
Okay. So I'm going to engage her in conversation. I'm going to mention, I've read the German copy of Abramelon's book.
Well,
I skimmed it.
Right.
I skimmed it. And I will wholeheartedly admit to skimming it. The Lesters mentioned that there's an issue with that translation.
Yes. The main issue is that it said 6 months instead of 18, so it didn't work. Once you break the ritual, it's done. Nothing happens. Actually, the incident was rather, I would say, a little amusing. And she says, like that scene from Henry V.
Oh, okay.
And the scene that pops into your mind, you're not quite sure what she's talking about.
Right.
The scene that pops into your mind is exactly the scene that she starts to describe.
Oh, okay.
Now, what are the rest of you?
Yeah.
Those of you who haven't seen, you can do willpower rolls.
I fail.
I got a 23.
Right. So if you fail, you still see what you're seeing. If you pass, you squint your eyes and you suddenly notice that nobody has sat at this table for years. It's a dilapidated room. As you're talking, then Wayland also begins conversations. So, you're our guests, but has our hospitality been okay? Are you enjoying yourselves?
Yes, you've been nothing but hospitable.
Excellent.
How did you meet the 15 Waylands?
Lester.
Oh, yes, Lester Goodman. I had been trying to find an actual copy of the original text of the Abramelin operation, and he contacted me because I had put out things in newspapers. I had posted messages around, and he said that he didn't have one, but he thought that he could get one. So he gave that to me. He found it. It took him quite a while, quite a lot of money too. And that there were other items I had asked him to find because the ritual requires certain items, a wand, an oil lamp, things like that. And he was able to procure some of those for me as well.
And which one of these multitude of Lesters is the one that found you the book?
No, well, Lester, there.
What about that Lester?
Oh, well, he was quite helpful in finding the book as well.
So
you seem a little confused. And by the way, Dr. Wagner, how's your head? You okay?
Yes. Why did you want to perform this ritual in the first place?
Well, perhaps I was a bit arrogant. The idea, I grew up, I was in the war. I was not particularly religious as I grew up. And I wanted to believe. And so I began to study various religions. I studied Christianity and Muslim, Islam. I studied some of the Chinese religions, the Asian religions. And I began to be convinced that in Judaism, Judeo-Christianity and so forth, that there might have been a spark of an idea. So I ran across, I can't remember exactly when I ran across the idea of doing the Abramello operation, but I felt like as hard and difficult as it would be to actually perform, that I might be able to do it successfully. Unfortunately, I found that French translation, or the false French translation. I went to quite a lot of difficulty to put that together. You need sand and you need all these various things. And it didn't work. Nothing happened. I failed and was quite upset. That's when I was contacted by Lester, and so that I could do it a second time.
How do you know it didn't work the first time?
Nothing happened. I mean, one kind of wants inside to experience what the saints and the apostles and the holy people have felt in the past, it's so difficult to live a life without confirmation that God exists. He doesn't just show up and wave his hand. And yet we have all these examples of the burning bush and other religious things where God does manifest himself. But the ancients believed that those were angels, not actually God. So I wanted to know for sure. So if I could contact my guardian angel, I would at least have that assurance in my heart that God was real. And that's why it was my intention to do the ritual a second time.
Wait, I thought your daughter was doing the ritual.
Oh, well, yes, she's doing the ritual. She's starting the ritual tonight. He looks suddenly confused and like he can't quite remember. He's trying really hard to put things together, but there's a bit of confusion all of a sudden in his face. And you see Veronica. Veronica suddenly stops talking to Dr. Wheeler, and she says, don't get tired, Father. You're don't want to overstress. This is my time to shine. And he says, oh, of course.
As we were talking about Henry V, was I still present enough to hear the rest of this
yeah, kind of.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if I was being mesmerized or something like that.
No.
So as she interrupts to tell him that, I'll ask her the same question. So are you doing the ritual or is your father doing the ritual?
Oh no, my father attempted it. And she starts to tell you kind of the same information, that he had tried and failed.
She implies he did it once or twice in the story.
Are you going to ask her that?
Yes, I will. So did he do it once, or did he do the ritual twice?
She suddenly is like, well, did you do it twice? And he's like, I don't quite understand the question. And she says, no, I think he tried it the once and he failed, and now it's my turn to try.
And what would happen if you were to fail? Do you have any protection here in the home to protect you from some kind of
if you fail, you've simply wasted your time. You know.
What about the barriers, the statues? Do you know anything of the statues? The lion, the eagle, the human, the ox. They have like a spell on them, or
as you're talking, Wheeler's just kind of like.
They look at you. Her and Wayland both look at you, and they're like, "We're not quite sure what you're talking about."
To me, I don't think that they've been nothing but helpful.
What sort of? You said a barrier?
A barrier, something to protect you, like the square. Sorry, my son just tapped me.
Suddenly, Wayland sort of goes, and he looks at Veronica, and she looks at him, and he says, "Are we dead?"
Oh!
And just as he says that, all of the lights go out, all of the fire goes out. You are in a dilapidated room with, there's garbage on the table. There's obviously been rats gnawing on everything. And all of the Lesters are gone.
Well, there's one silver lining.
Thank God, yeah.
Yeah.
But Veronica and Wayland are still sitting there looking at each other in horror.
You are dead.
But how can it be? What?
You're the wizards, you tell us.
No.
Where is the ox?
Your father attempted the ritual and died.
There must be an ox somewhere here. A statue. Something.
They look at you like they don't know what you're talking about.
I'll get up.
I don't
start looking.
know. Maybe if we're dead, what happened to the ritual space? What happened to all of our preparations?
Where is it?
It's upstairs. It's upstairs.
Okay. I'm going.
I'm following Wagner.
I'm following Wagner too.
Yeah.
How long have we been dead?
What year is it?
I don't understand the question, he says.
I say 3 years.
You heading for
That's
that?
what I think it is.
Oh, no. Wayland died 1923, so it's been at least 5 years.
So he died, and then she did the ritual after he died.
Presumably.
Is my assumption. Yeah, that like he did it twice, then she tried it a third time, effectively.
So you're rushing up the stairs?
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I guess maybe we're saying that as we go upstairs.
So you go up the stairs. There are two doors on the left and one door on the right. Which one do you want to go to?
Left.
Okay. Wait, now I'm confused about what I just said. All right. You go to one of the doors. You open it up. It opens up fairly easily. And you are looking into a cobweb room. Obviously, it's dilapidated. But things are still in place. There's a bed, there's a desk, there's a number of books. There's an odd box thing on the wall that looks like it was somewhat decorated at one time. Do any of you, let me ask what religious backgrounds your characters have?
My
I think that's
parents,
Catholic.
I
my
mean,
parents were missionaries.
A Catholic for me.
mine would definitely be Catholic. Well, I can't say
Victor,
formerly
most likely
Catholic, but
all these Catholics in the United States in the 1920s.
Really?
I mean,
Were there?
No, there's probably plenty.
No, actually, I would be Lutheran.
yeah.
Lutheran.
So said, there's no way you're that German and Catholic. It's got to be Lutheran.
All right. So everybody just do an intelligence roll then.
Nope.
32. Oh, I got a hard success.
Regular.
33.
Oh, I got a hard.
If you the box looks kind of, you've seen something like it before, and if you go over it, you open it, you realize there's a Torah inside, the scrolls like you'd see in a Jewish church synagogue. He's got other various religious tomes sitting about. Everything's kind of covered with dust, and there is a journal.
Oh.
To the journal.
You go over and you pick up this journal. It's dusty, and say you flip through it for a few minutes, and there's stuff about the preparation for the ritual and all that. But then you get to a couple of things, including the last entry.
Oh no.
This is what you find if somebody would like to read it.
I could volunteer if no one wants to.
Sure.
Go for it. Sure. June 1923, 6 months into the Abramelin operation. It's amazing how the same concept can appear across different religions while at the same time wearing a different face and bearing a different name. The Malachim are God's messengers, part of the heavenly hierarchy. They have no physical form, although Maimonides proposed their metaphorical representations of the laws of nature and the universal principles. They're agents of God's will. Their forms are said to be incomprehensible. Even in dreams, they manifest in different forms. The various branches of Christianity portray angels differently. Catholicism divides them into 9 choirs and describes them as being forever incorporeal, although the seraphim are also described as having 6 wings and many eyes, symbolic of speed and vision. Cherubim are described with 4 faces, having the face of a lion, an ox, a human, and an eagle. The thrones look like burning wheels within wheels rimmed with eyes, and so forth. Protestantism describes them as genderless and invisible messengers and agents of God's will. If it is required to ensure that God's will is enacted, they can become corporeal. Nowadays, they are usually portrayed as women, although all biblical references give them masculine names. I wonder exactly how I will describe the unequaled beauty of my holy guardian angel when the time comes. I wonder this every day. December 1923, the final entry. At midnight tonight, the 18 months will have elapsed in their entirety. Tomorrow I begin the final stage before my holy guardian angel will appear. The next time I write, I will confirm my success or my failure. I hope for the former. I will finally have confirmation. I will see what Moses and the prophets saw. I will look upon the face of God.
Nothing else of note is in the room.
My guess is he saw something he didn't want to see.
So you go across to the next door, and it won't open. It's not that that's locked. The door handle opens, turns, but when you try to push it, there's something against it. Do a spot hidden roll.
03.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Sorry, my headset just cut out. What just happened?
You're trying to get in one of the other doors, and it's not locked, but it won't open, like something heavy is against it.
Got it.
But Dr. Wagner, you got the 3, right?
Yeah.
You look closer at the door. This door seems to have been completely sealed, closed with what looks like beeswax. It's old, but you can still sort of smell that beeswax smell. You can see that even on the bottom, the door underneath the space has all been filled with melted beeswax to make a complete seal. That's why it's very difficult to try to open. There's the other
super door. Not normal. Like,
no,
that's
very
people
very
don't seal doors with beeswax. Like, it doesn't seem like it's like just a large colony has sealed it. You know what I mean? Like, where like someone purposely, you know what I mean? Like a bees have made a nest here.
This looks more like it would have had to have been done with purpose.
With purpose.
Somebody sealed.
But it's not the beeswax that's holding the door closed. There's something against it from the
You're
other
not
side.
quite sure, but yeah, it might also be the beeswax. It's that much beeswax.
I've got a knife.
Okay,
you do.
You can dig at the beeswax if you want. What do the rest of you want to do? It might take a while.
Check the last door.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going to back up Dr. Jenkins on that one.
All right.
Yeah, I'll go with Dr. Jenkins too.
So
I'm going to let Victor go first.
Okay.
You get to the door, and once again, it's not locked. You open it up, and you realize immediately this must be Victoria's room. I mean, Veronica's room. But it's different because it probably had some feminine touches and so forth before, but those have all been stripped away. There is a bed. There is a wardrobe. And in the wardrobe, there are numerous white robes. The floor is bare. It's just wooden floor. There is a desk. I'll say looks like an identical journal to Dad's journal, same style, sitting there. And otherwise, it's got some religious texts and stuff sitting around, but on the wall, I mean, where the wall should be, it's open. It opens to the next room. Just one big gigantic opening, the room that Pascal's trying to get into. Dr. Wagner.
Well, I'll pop in the hallway.
But when you can tell him, just come over. But between the two rooms,
come over.
Between the two rooms, there is like a 2x4 that has been installed on the floor. It goes all the way across, separating the two rooms.
The threshold.
And when you look into the other room, that threshold has been completely filled with sand. So wall to wall, there's maybe 4 inches of sand going all the way across. In the center is an altar. Looks like it's been built there. It's covered in white cloth. There seems to be a book in the center and a lamp that hangs up above it. I'll show you what the lamp looks like. However, I will tell you that the lamp in the room is unlit. I just couldn't find a picture of an unlit lamp. Looks like an oil lamp. Very elegant, very beautiful, with little stained glass sides to it. Looks like something from Morocco. It is unlit.
I'm sorry.
And there is something. This room has no windows. There's something on the other side of the altar. You can't quite make out what it is unless you go into the sand and walk over.
Dr. Irwin has his flashlight. Right?
Yeah.
Before, can I read her journal?
Yes, you want to read her journal?
I do. I'm going to advise that the rest don't disturb the sand until I see what's in here.
Yeah, I don't want to really go in there. I assume it's her.
I wanted to go in there,
on the other side.
All right.
You can borrow my flashlight.
I didn't expect Douglas to become like the group's occultist, but I know a little too much of my personal life. It's starting to blur together here.
Okay, you pick up the journal, and same as The same as her father's journal. Want to read that?
Before beginning the Abramelin operation, I have said before I do not believe it was a heart attack. My father was murdered. I'm certain of this, but I need proof. All I have is the text that he followed. That must be it. Lester Goodman sold him the book and lamp. Interesting. Who is he? Why did he want my father dead? The only way to obtain proof is to follow in my father's footsteps and trap the being that did this to him once it appears again. I am confident I can hold it here once it is summoned. I know the arts by which I can interrogate it. If it withstands my questioning, at least I will have it imprisoned to show others. The authorities will have to believe me then. I will draw upon the power of Saturn to construct a ward that will hold the spirit. Sigils created from its Camilla will mark the 4 cardinal directions and turn the house into a prison it cannot escape. Should the need arise, these may be brought together around the spirit to banish it, akin to tightening a noose around its neck until it has no direction left in which to flee, but back to the invisible world from which it came. Sorry. Barrier, bind, obstacle, prison. These words will hold the spirit in Saturn's leaden grip. May the faces of the angels that guard the gates of the Garden of Eden guard this house and prevent any evil from leaving. The last entry. Midnight. 18 months have come to an end. If I fail tomorrow and I follow in my father's footsteps, ultimately to my own grave, I hope that someone might one day read this and succeed in bringing the guilty to justice. May the fruit of any victory the spirit may attain prove to be a Saturnine Chalice indeed. Oh, they said the name of the adventure.
That's the name.
That's the name.
Oh.
So she suspected Lester Goodman of killing her father, and she wanted to somehow ensnare him.
Snare the creature.
So we don't have to look for the ox anymore because we know
we need all
word
4.
We do need all 4.
We can
but do we need the object or just the words?
The words.
Well, I mean, they're carved into it.
Well, ox is bind.
Are you going to?
Yeah.
No, it says we have to
room?
put the statues at the cardinal directions.
This says they already are. So knowing that, we would be able to figure out basically where the ox is, because they would have been what was it? It was the
ox may be present in the room. We don't know for sure.
Or
Probably
it may
down
be,
there.
it's probably downstairs in the servants' quarters we haven't been to yet.
Do you look into this room further? The altar?
I don't think it's in there, and I'm afraid something else is.
I don't want to disturb the sand
wanna
until
look in
No, I don't want to go in there.
You use your flashlights.
Yeah.
Okay, just from
Yeah.
outside,
Yeah.
from the threshold. Okay, we just turn it on.
You think there is the desiccated corpse of
Not looking no more.
someone,
Sorry.
but it's kind of odd. It's like they're propped up
Right.
on the other side of the altar.
Do you think she can't be with the ox in there? It's got to be downstairs.
One body or more?
Just one body.
And
if you look more with if you try to move back and forth, because this is the whole room that's open, except for that 2x4 at the bottom. If you move back and forth and look, you're pretty sure that it is Veronica because of the long blonde hair, but she's been dead for a long time. And it looks like that she had that wand, that maybe 5-foot long pole, fat at one end, sharpened to a point, and that she propped it on the floor and threw herself onto it. So she is kind of propped up
Via impalement. Got it. I think we need to, well, it says, so according to Veronica's journal, it says that we can move the objects tighter around the being. But the question is where's the being?
At that point, everybody do luck rolls.
Sure.
My question would be, we would
14.
know where the other ones were.
That's an extreme.
21.
I got an 82.
30.
I failed.
Yeah.
You guys did enough. As you guys are standing there contemplating this, Wayland and Veronica, Augustine and Veronica, step into the room,
Oh no.
looking rather confused. What happened here?
Are they behind us or they walked
Yeah,
in?
they're behind you. They're at the door.
They're not
What?
armed, are they?
No.
Okay.
Well, they have their arms. Their arms are attached to their bodies.
I'll ask Veronica.
I don't know if I want them to see themselves.
No, I don't either.
I want to like kind of block them from coming in, like, and seeing her body.
This isn't right. Did you say, Wayland says, he says, did you say that you saw someone on the property?
Yes, we did.
hmm
Who did you see?
Your wife.
Your wife.
My wife was dead before I did this ritual. My wife was dead right after giving birth to Veronica. But the spell, it was supposed to be able to give you power over demons. And what if they came, or it came, and it's
Inside your wife?
It's
your wife.
trapped here. Veronica says, well, there are rituals
How
to
can we find
bind and send devils back to hell. The Key of Solomon has them.
How can we find Lester Goodman? Was it Goodman?
I don't know. I haven't seen Mr. Goodman since we had the dinner.
Veronica, who did you try to trap with your ritual? You made the 4 creatures, the 4 squares, to bind something in the home. What were you trying to bind?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember that part. I remember being angry. And that's something you're not supposed to be. You're not supposed to be angry during the ritual.
Yeah.
But if we somehow summoned a demon and you say you keep seeing it and it looks like Evangeline, my mother, we have to catch it and send it back to hell.
And how would we do that?
Well, what you usually do is the Key of Solomon is an elaborate sort of manner. However, there's only one important part, and I'll show you this but you got to think you've seen this in the book. It's actually fairly famous. So this is what the Key of Solomon looks like. And what you would normally do is draw this on the floor and make sure all of these Hebrew letters and everything are correct. And the name of God is in here. But the most important part of this is that triangle up at the top. That is the gateway that will bind the demon and send it back to hell. So really, you would only have to do this. And then it would actually draw the demon towards it, trap it, and then send it back to hell. She says we would need a floor space where we could do that, but I have chalk. She walks over to her desk and she pulls out a box of chalk, colored chalk. And she says, there is a space between our house and the servants' quarters that we paved over with cement and enclosed. It's mostly for storage, but that would be perfect. We could move stuff away, draw this on the floor, and then that thing would come and be trapped in it, and we could send it back to hell.
Otherwise, it's going to be trapped in a confined space with us.
Well, it can't come into the presence of the names of God. So
true.
It will be trapped inside that circle.
What about your journal mentions tightening the noose of these totems, these statues.
She says, I'm not really sure. I don't know. It
Okay.
might have been something that I was, I've got a lot of literature in my head. But if we're ghosts, maybe that's why we're still here, because we're trapped. And once you get rid of the demon, you don't want to let the demon out.
Prison doesn't just trap the demon, it traps spirit. Interesting.
And we can't leave anyhow.
Well,
Can I roll a psychology on her? Can you psychology a ghost?
Can you psychology a ghost?
Which seems legitimate to me. Like,
I mean, it matches what
have a regular
helpful
success.
A regular, she seems quite sincere.
Okay.
Yeah.
And she seems quite seriously to know what she's been studying this her whole life.
I just didn't know if she was like the bad guy and she was trying to trick us.
That's fair. But no, meta-wise, it matches what I know about sort of Kabbalah, occult practice, and that kind of thing.
Yeah, you guys know this. This is all ritual magic.
Okay.
No, I meant like meta as in like me, Gordon, the player.
Yes, I mean, this stuff is all stuff that you can order on Amazon.
Okay.
You can order the
Yes.
Abramella operation. And
No, when you mentioned it, like, that it was a real book, I went and Googled it because I was like, is that a real book?
Yep. Key
I
of
didn't read
Solomon.
it.
Lesser Key of Solomon, Greater Key of Solomon.
Well, I'm not good at art, so I won't be drawing the sigil.
So you guys are going to go downstairs and...
Yeah, I mean,
Follow her advice.
the thing, I
Let's
think,
bust some ghosts.
despite her being dead, they've done nothing but provide us good information and the best hospitality that they're capable of.
Yeah.
So, like,
Yeah.
I think Charlie's got a point, man. Like, what are we gonna do? Except continue to listen to them. I'm gonna probably take the drawing. I do happen to have a very solid fine art skill.
Okay. Well, she doesn't show you the drawing. You've seen the drawing, and it is right downstairs in the library, the Key of Solomon.
I'm picking up a copy because I'm convinced if we don't do this exactly right, we're all dead.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab. She said religious text, the word of God would protect. So I'm gonna go look for some kind of like religious thing I can grab out of his cabinet.
There's a giant Bible.
Yeah,
She
like
has-
Bible, something that I can like. Hey,
They have a Torah. They have the Quran. They have all these.
I'm gonna grab
religious-
all
I'm
of
gonna grab me
them.
a Torah. I'm gonna grab me a Quran. I'm gonna go full.
Fuck.
When in doubt,
All right.
bring them all, right? Like,
All right. So you guys go back
So we got-
downstairs. You go through the kitchen and into the room just beyond that. Now, like I say, it's basically a big slab of concrete. There are boxes, old furniture, things like that are stacked up, but you can just shove those inside. Then there's another door going into the servants' quarters. But you got a nice big area of cement to work with. Now, before you begin, she says, one word of warning. And this is always the case in this sort of ritual magic. The second you start, the demon's going to know what you're up to.
Ooh.
So you need to protect yourselves. You need to set guards. You need to be able to fight. And you are also in the process of doing this, turning it into a real physical form. So it can take real physical damage if you grab something to hit it with.
Provided it
its
doesn't
weakness.
maul us first.
I don't know a lot about the cult. I'm asking this to Veronica. Will salt stop it, or lead, or is there anything we can use?
She says, no, that's zombies.
I watch enough Supernatural, so like,
Yeah.
No, you are making the circle in chalk.
We
So
need a
that's,
shotgun with
that's the
salt.
stuff.
you with rock salt, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Ah,
All right.
So I got this pipe wrench.
Okay. Got a pipe wrench. You got a fire poker. There are lots of things in the kitchen, which is right there.
I grab a knife.
Yeah. Okay.
2 knives.
I have my knife.
I'll get a meat pounder.
Flavor.
A meat
Yeah.
powder. That works.
That's a good one.
All right. So you all sort of take a deep breath and Veronica says, begin. And she's got a little like prayer book, which she pulls out and she starts to recite things from the Bible.
Right.
As she's reading this. You draw the first line in that triangle and you hear an ungodly howl coming from somewhere in the house.
Well, she's awake now.
All up to you, Wheeler.
Go for it.
You draw the second line and you hear things crashing somewhere in the house, and it's getting closer. You draw the circle, you can complete the triangle, and who's keeping watch and who's doing the drawing?
I'm drawing.
Watch.
Okay. I'm by January to protect her.
Those of you who are keeping watch, suddenly
4 of us are keeping.
Those of you who are keeping watch, something comes into the room. Did it come from the library? Did it come from the parlor? You're not sure. But when it steps around the end of the stairs, and you can see it, it is Evangeline. Her hair is wildly flying up. Her white eyes are glowing. Her fangs are bared, and she has long fingernails, and she's howling, and she's moving very swiftly towards the door coming into the kitchen. You guys want to do?
Am I allowed to speak at all while I'm doing this?
Sure.
As she tears her way in through the kitchen, and he is working on this key, he's just going to speak, "Hell is empty and the devils are all here."
So she's racing towards us through the kitchen.
Yeah.
So
And
we just
slam the door.
Yeah.
And Wheeler is making the circle.
I'm slamming the door shut and
I
leaving.
yell at Wheeler, "Don't stop. Just keep going."
Broke up him a pipe wrench by the door.
Right. Who is trying to hold the door closed?
Me.
All right. Something hits the other side of the door with such force that you can do a dex roll to see if you're not knocked off your feet.
33. That's a pass. Regular.
Okay, you're not knocked off your feet, but you're definitely pushed back. And you know that another hit like that and that door is just going to splinter.
Help me!
I see Wagner struggling, so I go and help him.
Okay. You run over there and you both put your force against the door. Oh, this time, whatever hits that door hits it with such force, it splinters. And the two of you, well, do Constitution to see if you fall down.
44. I'll barely pass.
14.
Okay, neither one of you fall down, but you are sort of blasted away from it as the crumbling bits of the door fall to the ground, and Evangeline is standing there howling like a demon. Her horrible fangs. Wheeler is starting to write one of the names of God in the sides. She is going to, let's see, how many of you are there? There's 5 of you. Okay. She turns and with her white, milky eyes, looks at Dr. Jenkins and
trying to block her as much as I can. If I'm able. I'm trying to shield her.
You could do a it's called brawl roll. And if you don't, the thing is going to pounce on Dr. Jenkins. Dr. Jenkins, you can do a dodge roll too.
Okay.
Do you mean to do a brawl or a dodge?
Yeah, do a brawl for you because you're trying to grapple her and pull her. Or
well, I got 31, but I don't think that's good.
Oh wait, can we spin luck in this or no?
Yes, you can.
Luck? Yeah? Are we in combat?
Yeah, but you can spend luck, except you can't mitigate combat. Wait, let me look really quick. What does it say? Where's my note? Luck.
You can spend luck
Luck
on
points may be
roll.
luck points may not be spent on luck points, obviously. They can't be spent on damage, and they can't be spent on sanity rolls. Anything else is okay.
Nice. All right. My dodge is a 25. I rolled a 26. I'll toss.
All right.
Do I just need to spend one luck or?
Yeah, just one.
Okay, I'll spend one.
And
then I spent 5 luck to succeed on my brawl.
okay. So basically you grab her and yank her out of the way just as this thing pounces. It hits the ground. It slides over and hits the stove, which rattles. And Douglas writes the second name of God. Victor and Pascal. Victor and
also include that with a quote from a French poet.
Sure.
Demons are like obedient dogs that come when they are called.
Okay. Wagner and
I tried. We have to pin her down. I just throw myself on her. We're just piling up on her.
Okay. Go ahead and roll brawl. What were you going to do, Victor?
Oh no, 72.
We're
I would do the
professors,
same.
not fighters.
Okay.
No way.
I got 17.
Wow, you've rolled a lot of really good rolls tonight. Pascal, as you jump, her head turns and looks right at you as you were mid jump, and with one of her claws, she rakes it across you, and she does 3 hit points of damage.
Okay.
She doesn't feel like a ghost at this point. She feels like she's real. And Victor, you managed to avoid that, but let's see. What are you hitting her? Oh, you've got a cleaver, or
I got a knife. Yeah.
Got a knife. That's a 1d8, I think.
I got a 4.
Yeah, 4. You take that knife and you jam it into her. Let's say right underneath the arm that she swung at Pascal, and this sort of black blood ooze starts coming out, and she howls in pain. Dr. Wheeler, you write the third name of God, and you begin to write the name of Michael, the archangel, in the center as you go around. Veronica, meanwhile, is chanting quietly this incantation or prayer. She gets to roll. She is going to attempt to throw you off. She fails. So you've got her at least partly sort of pinned down, and you start to notice something. She's having to hold on maybe to the end of the leg of the stove or something, because she's starting to get pulled towards that triangle on the ground. Like there's some invisible magnetic force that's pulling her towards
I'm trying to use my knife and cut her hand off.
Okay, go ahead.
75. That would be 50 points of luck I need.
Oh, jeez.
Damn it. I'm spending them.
All right.
Wow. All right. That's where to need him. You bring your knife down on her and you cut her hand completely off. It slices through. This black goo shoots out of it. This demonic ichor comes out and spills on the floor. She now can't hold on. She's definitely sliding towards that thing. And as Dr. Wheeler puts the last letter in Michael, the circle and the triangle on the ground sort of, they have like a light burst. There's a moment when they sort of wong like that. And Evangeline, screeching in agony, sort of flies through the air, her black ichor blood splattering, squirting out of her hand. And like the way a magnet jumps and, to a piece of metal, she just suddenly flings. She's stuck suddenly in the middle of, almost like she's inside of a little pyramid that she can't get out of. She's screaming. Veronica then says very loudly and holds her hand up like this, the final parts of the prayer. And it's like the little invisible glass pyramid suddenly fills with fire, and there's a kind of a whooshing sound, and everything goes to the ground. There's nothing left except the sigil is still there. I mean, the ritual circle is still there. And there's suddenly no more demon. The demon's gone.
What's with the ghosts?
And how thou pleasest God.
Veronica looks around at the five of you, and she says, "Thank you so much. That should do it." And Wayland walks in, and he's like, "We're still here."
I'm willing to bet, being, I guess, now an amateur occultist, removing the wards of this prison may allow you to move on.
If that's what you think.
It bothers me that you
magic
can't.
That I don't understand, but
sounds good to me. I feel like
So
either
we search for the
melt them or
you want to
move
go
them so they're no longer trapped inside of it by making
Yeah.
If you
When we
break
noose
one,
it,
it'll
we don't want
break
to
the-
noose it because that
Right.
would hurt them. We want to break it. We want to break the thing.
I think we just need to
We're
break
taking the
sigil.
fact that ghosts are walking around really well.
I mean, you just sucked a demon
know,
into hells. Like,
Yeah.
I'm going to church on Sunday now. I
Yeah.
guess.
So you're going to head into the servants' quarters? Is that what you were saying,
Yeah.
Puss? Okay.
Yeah.
So you go through the door into the servants' quarters. They're dusty, dirty, what you'd expect. Definitely not quite as elegant. Obviously, a building built later. It's very simple. There is a restroom. There is a sort of a living room. It's probably a bedroom attached. But once again, on the mantelpiece, there's no fire at this point. In fact, the whole room is quite cold. There is another one of these little statues, this time of an ox. And it looks like this, though we don't need to solve the Kamiya on this
Find.
thing.
Right.
Oh my God.
I got it.
That's not
Do a
even
s-
fair.
Do a spot hidden as you step into the room.
Oh, I got a 0-3.
No, fate.
I got a 14.
0-3.
That is exactly my extreme.
I got a 16.
I've never had a shot dice. It's weird.
You walk into this room and you see the statue and you make a move towards it, especially Dr. Irwin. You suddenly look sideways over, and against the side of the room, you see Jeremiah and Rosemary. They've been dead a long, long time. It looks like Jeremiah tore his own eyes out, and Rosemary killed herself with a butcher knife. They're desiccated corpses. I don't think you need to do a sanity roll because you're already pretty crazy.
Oh, that's not unexpected. We figured they were dead because they're ghosts.
Right.
But that manner of death is disturbing.
Yeah.
So once again, this little statue seems to be made of lead. It's got that thing sort of etched into it. Looks like, you could have take a hand knife and etch that symbol into it. What do you want to do?
I think
Do you think they went crazy and killed themselves during the ritual?
They've been dead for years and years.
Like
Oh,
before she did the ritual, or like
I
they
think
all
we
died
just have
together,
to.
right? Like
We should destroy the cameos.
she said, or he said, I can't remember which one, said that they weren't here for the rituals. They were sent away on vacation to Europe.
that's
So they wouldn't have been here during the rituals.
So
either they
So-
they
returned.
murdered?
Well, it could have
No, looks like
returned.
suicide.
No,
and
I bet,
drowned
did
in
they
madness.
return, read her journal, and then try to put the ward up, the barrier up,
Doesn't look like it.
and then like
No.
freaked out, or
Oh,
just freaked out and then
well, she
didn't get a
stabbed
chance?
herself too.
I'll use my
Right.
knife and start carving.
I try to
the-
stop. I say, wait, maybe they're
Yeah.
not the only. Maybe they're not as good as we think. Maybe we should leave.
They helped us.
Why did everyone gruesomely kill themselves, though?
Yeah, because
Look
even
at the bodies.
Veronica died gruesomely
That's
too,
not the
right?
demon eating them.
I
I
can
don't have an answer.
I can't let them suffer here.
Well,
We're not going to physically stop you.
I'll just take the knife and destroy the cameo.
Okay,
That
so
is soft. That shouldn't be too hard.
that's correct.
what evil have we released upon the world, Tom?
You begin to scratch through the thing and obliterate the sigil that's on it. And you all can suddenly feel like there is a minor earthquake. Like something is happening, almost as if you were trapped inside of a room that somebody's opening up for you, like you're in a cave in, but somebody's finally digging you out. So yeah, there's definitely something happening when you destroy that sigil.
So
A feeling of opening.
so we need to do that all the sigils.
You should only have to do one.
I think one is enough.
I believe Erwin is correct, but I'm not a Call of
I'm not a
Cthulhu
wizard.
wizard. Yeah.
Are the ghosts still here, or
They're still here.
Hmm.
I'm gonna let's move it.
Did we just release?
oh, maybe we did the wrong thing?
What do you
Well-
mean we?
I know.
I said not to do it, Doctor.
Okay, maybe I did the wrong. But can't stand on one leg. Let's do the other ones as well.
Yeah.
So you go in to the dining room and you destroy the one on the lion.
Lion.
Right.
And once again, there's this vibration, a little stronger this time. You're starting to think, oh, what's holding the house up at this point? There might be, how old is this stuff? You get to the lectern, you destroy that. There is definitely a physical shuddering going through the house. The bust, however, is right near the door. So you
Let's
go
take
in.
it outside. If you're gonna destroy it, I
Yeah.
don't want to get collapsed on.
You pick it up. Remember, it's pretty heavy. You walk to the front door and you try to open the front door and you can't open it. It's almost as if something is holding it closed.
If we
Okay,
put the statue down, can we open the door?
You can't.
Can we open
We-
the window?
We need to put it back and then the thing.
You go to the
Presumably.
window. And the window's been bricked up.
Oh!
If I look around, is that everywhere?
Mm-hmm.
it
Oh
What'd
my
you
God.
do, Wilbur?
If we
Nobody
destroy
waited outside.
the last one, we can leave or we're dead.
Well, I think we're in
But
deep
I don't want
shit
to
as
stay
it
here.
stands.
Just do the last one.
So Victor reaches over and scratches out the last one. And as you do that, there is suddenly a grand gawoomph. All of the brick is gone. The door can open very easily. Are you going to open the door?
Yeah.
Yes.
You open the door, you're looking at it's nighttime now. You're looking out into the yard. There's no snow. The gardens are all just dead.
Right.
You know, you can see in the distance that the gate is half hanging off its hinges. And the house is extremely dilapidated. But something I would like you to all do willpower rolls. Power rolls.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
50.
29.
51.
I failed.
I got it hard.
Okay.
Oh, can I use all my luck?
Sure.
Oh,
Okay.
I hadn't thought about that. Actually, I'm going to spend 2 points of luck and get it to 55.
There is a sound. At first, you think it's like a ringing in your ears, like tinnitus, you know, when you have that noise. After a couple of seconds, it's getting louder. And as you sort of, it makes you, you know, the way animals get when there's a weird noise. You kind of freeze and you kind of don't know what to do until you assess the situation. There is light coming down from upstairs, shining down the stairs, and it's getting brighter and brighter and brighter. And you hear a voice. And it's hard to describe the voice. It's like ocean waves and thunder speaking. It's as if it's permeating your very brain, your soul, everything that you are. It says, I am at last released from the bondage imposed on me. I was summoned for a purpose, and that purpose is unfulfilled. And at this point, what appears at the top of the stairs, moving downward, you almost can't comprehend. It's light, it's a being. There are wings, eyes. It looks like this. And it says,
since you are the ones to release me, do you now wish to look upon the face of God?
No.
Hard pass.
Hard pass.
Yes.
January, no.
So January said yes. Oh, the rest of you said no?
Not only am I saying no,
I've seen Indiana Jones.
I will kneel and not look at this thing.
Yes, I'll do the same.
I'll follow. If he does that, I'll follow suit, I guess.
So 4 of you are going to kneel. What are you going to do, Dr. Wagner? Doors open.
Shit. No, we should leave the house.
I'm leaving.
I'm sorry. I thought this was outside the house. No, I would very
I
much
thought we
like
were
to leave.
outside.
I just turn around and leave. You're nuts.
How do you just we don't walk casually down the path or like fucking book it? All right, so Dr. Wagner is running.
I totally forgot that we were still in the house.
January, you're there. All right, who's running away? Okay, those of you who are running away, you run to the end of the thing. You can see the gate. It's just, you could like push it and it's just going to fall over. You hear a noise from behind you like 1,000 organs in 1,000 cathedrals playing, chords. And as you look back, there's just suddenly this blast of light and this great column of energy that shoots up in the air. You think, in fact, there might be one big column and two smaller columns, and this thunderous blast. You stumble onto the road. You run like hell towards where your car is. And when you reach your car, it has an almost full tank of gas in it. I assume you're not going to hesitate, but you can if you want.
Is there any sign of anyone else having come?
I'm taking a look back through the gate, but if I don't see the other ones, we're going.
The house is falling into shambles as this blast of energy goes out of it. We'll get to the other two in a second.
I was gonna say, so I had left. I had changed my mind and left.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think Victor and January stayed.
I stayed too.
Okay.
You stayed?
So there's only two of you that are in the car.
Yeah.
You gonna drive away? Are you gonna wait?
Discretion is the better part of valor. We floor it.
You cowards.
You might still be able to make the conference.
I think I'll pass.
Victor, Charlie, and January. You are this being, after you said yes, says so be it. And somehow you are transformed. This light pours into you, and the part of you that is your consciousness, the part of you that is your soul, is sort of united to this light. And there's a great whoosh as this angel, taking you with it, flies up into the sky. There is a moment when, looking down, you can see the entire earth below you. And you seem to be heading towards the center of all things. And there's this great mass of light and energy. And you see the face of God, which is Azathoth, the god of insanity, and millions of other beings that have been trapped in a circle around it, praising forever the god of insanity. And your minds are fried and your intellect is gone. And
I said don't look, January.
And you are trapped there. You are trapped there screaming in terror for eternity, looking at the god Azathoth.
But we're together.
Together. And that is the end of our story. You guys took a long time on this one. I'm so sorry. Man. But you did great. You made the story really cool.
I hope we didn't drag too long.
No, I liked it, but I hope I didn't drag too long.
No, I had a blast.
So now you want to know what happened. All right.
Yes.
So okay, when you think of in terms of H.P. Lovecraft, there's no such religion's nonsense.
Right.
So all of this magic, all of this stuff, total nonsense. What actually happened was Wayland wanted to do this ritual. He tried, he failed, and then he put out an advertisement in the newspaper to try to find the actual book. That book was supplied to him by Lester Goodman. Lester Goodman was Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. What he supplied him with was a good translation of the book, but he also provided him with a lamp, and the lamp that he provided him with was a chaos lamp. What happens when you by being in its presence and lighting it, you are giving your own energy to the chaos lamp. And at a certain point, and it's programmed, it's like a program, after you've completed a certain number of days, in this case, Nyarlathotep set it for 18 months exactly, that the second you do that, it summons a servitor of Azathoth to come. And of course, what Wayland asked for was, I want to see the face of God. And his soul was ripped out and taken there. So Veronica didn't hear from her father for a while. So she came back and she kind of figured out something might be going on. So she set the trap with the four sigils. And then she also completed the ritual and summoned the same beast. What she realized, which you guys didn't realize, was it could read your minds. So it was started to reach into her mind to figure out what was going on, why it couldn't leave. So she killed herself rather than allow it to find the solution to the problem. So it's been trapped there in that house, and it doesn't really understand our world, our universe. So when you mentioned things that it had no experience of, like alcohol or electricity, it didn't understand how those things worked.
Got it.
So the illusion that it was creating around you was flawed because it couldn't quite understand when you'd say things. It didn't understand dates or time. It wouldn't understand any of those things. Now, at some point, when this thing was trapped in the house, the two servants came home after their vacation, and it tried to torture the information out of them. And in the process, they went insane because they didn't know. They don't know how to solve the problem.
Right.
So it figured it would just sit there and wait until more humans come along, and then it will try to extract the information from them, but be more clever about it. So when it saw you on the road, it made it look like your gas stopped. And thus the story begins.
Awesome.
And it didn't think anything was wrong with having 15 Lesters.
Oh, that's a good point. Lester was somebody who was involved, but it was Nyarlathotep.
Right.
The servitor didn't understand that people don't all look the same. So it said, oh, I have to make up this thing with at least 15 other guests. I'll just, they won't notice that's, I mean, it didn't even realize it looked the same. Its mind is not used to our universe. So yeah, Lester was just Lester Goodman over and over and over and over again. All part of the delusion.
I feel a little bad because it's like, that looks too fleshy to be a seraphim. I'm out. And it turns out I was right.
So if we wouldn't have destroyed the sigils, would it have let us leave?
No. You would have been either trapped there with it, or it would have just squished you, destroyed you, and then just waited for somebody else to come along.
What if what if everyone had just said, I don't want to see the face of God? We're not the ones who called you here.
If nobody wants to go with it, then it doesn't really have a proper sacrifice to take to Azathoth. So according to the story, it would obliterate the house, and then it would start moving towards the nearest town, which would be Haverhill, and obliterate that because it's extremely upset about being imprisoned. So it would just take its wrath out. Then it would eventually go. But there would be disasters all over this part of the
movie. Very cool.
We're victims. Victor and I are victims because you said yes. We said no.
I love this game.
We said no. I was like, no, I'm out.
For those of you who ever want to run this game, the players don't matter. When I played the game, we were all escaped criminals on the lam. You could play it with any characters. I think that it's kind of funny to make you guys worry about your characters, but the backstories make it a good story. Plus the whole mind reading thing. I have stuff like the butterflies and the Henry V and all that to pull out. And it also gives you the chance to sort of think, well, wait a second. What are the odds that I was thinking that when it suddenly showed up, because if you think about it, the thing will say, butterflies? Okay. Not knowing what they are, but knowing what they look like from your mind.
I can do butterfly.
Butterflies. Maybe that'll make them. Or the gardens. It's like, there's this is what they once looked like. I got that out of their heads, but.
Oh my God, that's cool. Oh, so cool.
That's really cool.
Yeah. And I
enjoyed the hell out of that.
You're supposed to think that it's the dead spirits you're releasing. And it's like, no, it's just all made up bullshit by a horrible entity. I'm sorry.
I should have known that, because usually it's not like a demon and ghost. It's always some existential.
I had a blast. Yeah, and awesome. So I don't mind. I don't mind the length of game. I cleared my night, so we're good.
There's a lot more of things that you can throw in, but it depends on what you guys do. If you'd gone into the kitchen early, Rosemary could have opened the pantry and that demon thing could have jumped out at her. It could be in the garden, it could be at the mausoleum, it could be anywhere. It's supposed to prevent you from leaving. If you
we got that message.
One thing that's happened to all the other people, but not to you, if you'd attempted to go towards the gate, every step you take towards the gate, it gets colder and colder and colder. To the point where it's like 40 below zero.
Oh, that's cool.
And all you can do is run back to the house to get back to the warmth, because it won't let you leave. It can brick up the walls.
That's awesome.
And it's always fun when you're eating and you haven't seen the truth yet.
Was that okay to do? Sort of like something's off. Can I magic eye this and see what's going on?
You can use your willpower to say something seems wrong here. Try to look through it. And as GM, you have to kind of be honest, because if you guys actually start stumbling onto something, you could have gone to the museum right in the beginning and suddenly said, oh wait, they're all dead.
Ruh-roh. Yeah.
You could have barged upstairs at some point, though I would have tried to prevent you. It would have been like, oh no, you can't come up there until the time's right.
Until the stars are right.
Wrap up?
All right, folks. Oh yes, I completely forgot. Our players included Ginny and Matt Olson, Pascal Breitenfeld, Jolka, and Gordon Lewis, with yours truly as the keeper of arcane lore. We are a new player-friendly club. Anyone can join. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members. You can set up private games. You can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Spotify, Podbean, or iTunes. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. $1 or $2 a month helps us a lot. Or if you prefer, you can hit the super thanks button just below the video. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck, good gaming.